Bring them on in.
They hear you, they see you, they love you, Pong. Ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. Steel is busy making coffee because he is in absolutely foul mood this morning, talking about how much he hates single-player games and wishes all companies would only make multiplayer games as a service type games. So we're going to hope that the coffee fixes his attitude this morning and he comes back with a little bit more positive outlook on the games industry as a whole, because I'm feeling that my brother has lost his way this morning. That's right. Saturday morning has not started well for Steel. So let's go. But chat, how the hell are all of you doing? We're going to fill this little time space here with some nonsense. So let's get down to business here. Anybody who wants to know what next week's show is going to be about, please go ahead and send your dick pics to Steel's DMs. He will appreciate those greatly. And then maybe he will give you a list of topics that are upcoming. So anybody who wants to know next Saturday's topics, do that. But I hope you're all having a fantastic Saturday morning. We are happy to have and see all of you here. So what's going on, everybody? Who do we got in the chat already? Holy cow, we got people lined up. What just happened? Showed up really early. Retro Nerd, you were in here as well, brother. Nix, always good to see you, sir. Ryan, good to see you. Ghost Fixter, Andrew Cullinane, Casino, Tim the Sorcerer. Who else we got? Casket Repair, the legend, the one, the only Dragonheart Yobi TV. Shout out to you, brother. You gave us a good chat the other night when we were playing Naraka Blade Point last weekend over on K Mega's channel.
Shout out to Yobi, man.
Shout out to Yobi. It was a great time.
He be dodging the party chats. It's all good, man. I'm here. Just, whenever you get off of work, man, I'm here for you, man. It's all good. It's all good, baby. You know what I'm saying?
The fifth horseman V is in here. Doom Reaper always showing up here. Brother Fuzzy Belvedere, good to see you, sir. I will see you later this evening as well. Sean Sue, Mod of the Year on PTK Blam's channel, showing up in the house. Cray Simmons, Gaming TV, always great to see you, sir, dropping in here. Talos Ray, awesome to see you.
Talos.
Jacob Novik, of course, dropping in here. Oh my God, is this an early morning sighting of fun speculation? Shout out to Mav. He's actually waking up on a Saturday morning and dropping in here early. Oh, man, you people are amazing. We got Stankma in here. Stankma, good to see you. Decado, always dropping by and saying hi. How you doing? Oh, we've got another legend in the house, of course. Dealer Gaiman dropping in here.
What's going on, Dealer?
What's going on, brother? Thank you for dropping on in.
He be running from party chats too. But
Dealer
don't play multiplayer games though. So I'm fucking with you.
Wow, you about to start a war up in here. I can tell you that much if you're going that route.
Unless it's 2K. That's it. Up to you.
Look, it's down on a little cod. Let me tell you.
All right, man. You got to come with the heat. You got to come with the smoke. Now, nobody else does this on a weekly basis, bringing you that podcast energy, bringing you that live raw and uncut. This is just behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't even started the show, and you heard what Pong started with. I think it's probably going to be the first conversation to have, because I do want to have an interesting conversation about single player games versus multiplayer games. This is a conversation that I have brought up before under my personal opinion, and along with the other topics that we got running on for y'all guys. Dealer said he was on Vanguard. Man, you're playing a first person shooter that isn't worth nobody's time. Get some Halo in. I'll come out of retirement. We'll play some Halo. I'll re-download Battlefield 2042. I need to check it out. See if it's improved any. Right? I see we can convince Pong to get his $120 back.
Yeah. You probably can convince me to re-download it again. That's not a problem whatsoever. Vic the Click showing up in the house. Hey, Vic. Great to see you, sir. We never know what Vic's doing because Vic was out partying last night, I believe. So awesome to see you in the chat.
When is Vic not partying? You know
when he's working. When he's working.
I mean, that doesn't count though, right? Like,
yeah.
It doesn't count. Hey, well, look, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are here live, please hit that like button, share us out, tell your mama about us so she knows to tune in. And if she's not available, then tell your dad. If not, tell your auntie, your uncle, whoever's available, let them know that Living Splitscreen is live. It's a non-console centric platform, if I can get the mouth working today. And again, you are behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen. For the live viewers, this is something that we do on a week-to-week basis. Dealer says desperate times calls for desperate measures. Hey, that's hey, I can understand that. I can understand that. If our sounding clear and everything is sounding good on the audio side of things, please let us know. We will be going fully live here in the next 5 minutes to start recording for our audio listeners. Also, shout out to them, man. Anybody that's listening live that it was an audio listener, is an audio listener, thank you for tuning in. Definitely let us leave, but definitely leave us a review to let us know how we're doing. It just helps the algorithms of things, man. I know nobody else cares about that. It's perfectly fine. I get it. It's not something that I think about all the time. But when I do find channels that I support, when I do see people giving out good energy, when I do see people bringing that realness to the table, and just being themselves or just being organic, quote unquote. Who is that who takes a shot every time we say that? We got to bring it back in here. That's why it's just part of the reason why we do it, man. So get ready to go live with us in the next 4 minutes. But there's quite a few things that we got to talk about, man. Like Pong said in the beginning, don't send me your unsolicited dick pics because if you send them, I'm gonna block you and I'm gonna report you. So don't listen to him say those statements. But that is part of the reason why today's episode is called Moby Dick Chasing the Great Kratos, because that seems like what a lot of people are doing, man. A lot of people are the Moby Dick and they're just searching for the great Kratos. And look, I don't think that Kratos is special enough to chase, but you know,
hey, some do. Some do. And some think that nudity is going to speed up the process, man. Unsolicited porn is going to help those devs give us a release date.
You know,
God of War.
You know what will? Though it will speed up the process is if they pull out some nude mods, tell them they're going to be releasing day one to PC. I think that'll help. That'll calm everybody's nerves down. I think everybody be good to go. Kratos nude, all the characters nude in the game. You know the PC guys are going to do it. They already did with Horizon Zero Dawn. It's just nude Aloy all over the place. For those who are into that kind of thing, I don't care. I know Pong's like is more the Dead or Alive beach volleyball guy. He's all about the physics. Not because of the game, not because of the graphics. It's the physics. It's a good volleyball game.
It's one of the best volleyball games ever created, man. But, and he had other mini games in there. Come on, man. That's what it was all about, man.
Yeah, crazy it sounds. He said volleyball.
Volleyball? Did I say volleyball?
You already know what he's thinking about.
Oh, Jesus. Volley girls. All right. Look at this. Cray Simmons already taking some shots at Grey Goose this morning. Cray, shout out to you. I don't know what time it is where you are, but man, that's how it is. Yeah. Dealer says the fans decided to show them how excited they were for the game. Hey, man, that's definitely one way to do it right there. I'm telling you, there's no denying it.
It is one way to do it, but I also have something on the back end of that because there was another developer. Please, Pong, correct me on it. I can't think of the name of it, but if you can, that also came out. I think it was a Monkey Ball or Monkey something. Either way, there was another dev team that came out and said, hey, we're not going to be on social media anymore. We've got too much.
Oh, no, you're talking about the Monkey Island team.
Monkey Island. There we go.
Yes. The return to Monkey Island. Right. They are. Who's the head over there? Gosh, I forgot his name.
We'll pull it up here in a bit.
Yeah, we'll pull it up in a bit, but yeah, no, he's not going to share anything more about the game because too many people complaining about the graphics. They're not happy with the direction they went because they changed it up from the old ones. Although, as veterans of Monkey Island games pointed out, they've changed up the style of animations each time, and it's been different. And so don't really understand the complaints, but that's what it is. So people devs deciding that it's just not worth it to share things out on social media. And that's sad. That's very sad. But they do have to make those decisions themselves. It is personal.
Yeah.
You know, and if that's what's best for their games and for their mental
man.
well-being, then yeah, absolutely don't do it. Again, we're not entitled as gamers to anything these devs do.
Nope.
These people are creating entertainment and they could share it as they want to, or they could hide it like the old days and just drop it when it's ready. And you know what? If some devs decide to go back, I'm cool with that too. That's
kind of my point. So that's why I kind of want to play not devil's advocate per se, but just want to play the other side of that fence, because like you could say that I'm tired of people talking about it. Well, look, in today's era of the internet, you're either going to have tough skin or you're not. People are going to talk about your stuff regardless, no matter how you feel. And yeah, you can say gamers are entitled. But my thing is, this isn't a new thing, right? I need people to be able to stand on the square, know what they stand for, and continue to put out whatever product that they're making and have faith in that, regardless of what the people are saying. Now, if people are giving you constructive criticism, of course, that's one thing. You can listen to that. But then what ends up happening is because you're so tainted by toxic people or can't tell the difference at whatever stage of life that you're in right now. And I can understand that. You're passionate about your project. You put a lot of work into this. Like we say all the time here, gaming as art should be treated as such. And we are still far away from people treating it as such, which is unfortunate. But I think it just opens up a whole nother conversation because it's on both sides. Yes, people shouldn't be toxic, but also as a studio, you shouldn't just be falling for that toxicity. You don't have to deal with that. Right, you could put community managers in place. There are marketing people that you could put in place. That is their job, to deal with that type of thing, to have those conversations and are thick skinned, so you don't have to. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Still, we got some community managers out here like that's EA, EA trying to jump on a fad and having it blow up in your face. Spectacularly.
Yeah, they weren't the ones that
was amazing. And yes, Stuff Sean, shout out to you. Yes, Ron Gilbert is the director of Return to Monkey Island, and he is the one that came out and was talking about that. So thank you for that, sir.
Yeah, EA coming out, she's a 10, but she only plays single player games. EA, you are not the one to say that. You are not the one.
Zeb, did you see Zeb Pella's response with the face palm? Yeah, and then another one of the devs came out, I forget who it was, on Twitter and said having an existential crisis because your own company doesn't know what you're making right now. Because they were working on a single player game.
My God.
Oh my God. EA just can't get out of their own way.
And then they try to bounce back. Oh, but she's really an 11. Oh, no. No. That's,
too late.
Come on.
Too late.
Anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here. Start recording for the audio listeners. Again, for those of you who are here live, thank you for joining us today, this morning. And without further ado, let's get to it. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning and welcome to episode 63 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. It is I am him, the one and only Steel Rain. And again, I want to not only welcome the audio listeners today, but also those of you who are able to join us live. Thank you. Shout out to y'all. And again, we are hosted by the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Thank you to the collective for continuing to hold us down and let us continue to be us. Not only that, on the audio side of things, whether you're listening on a Google platform, Spotify, Apple, whatever the case may be, wherever you get your RSS feeds, please lock in, tune in, and if anything, leave us a review. Let us know how we're doing, where we can improve at, and it just helps with the algorithms, man. I know a lot of people don't care about those types of things, but it does help your favorite content creator. With that said, for those who are joining us live, and for on the audio side, hopefully you'll join us live at some point. But I do have some Naraka Blade Point gameplay for you all today. I actually was able to get here recently, man. Things have really changed for me on Naraka, man. I've gotten into a pretty decent rhythm. I had a break in the middle of the week that kind of threw things off. So last night I tried to jump back in. Like I was just like that shark back in the water, but I was quickly turned into a minnow and humbled. And that came around pretty quickly. But with that said, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that gameplay. Naraka has been an excellent game. It's really been the only game that I've really been into this entire week for the most part. I really haven't jumped into anything else. It's been the one that really holds my attention, pulling me in. And there's so many different ways to play the game. It doesn't just have to be Battle Royale. You can jump in solo and just fight people. Get used to the movements, play with the different weapons. You know what I'm saying? Get used to the grapple hooking effects. Not only that, they also have other modes where you and a buddy can jump in and do like a ladder match kind of thing. I believe I spoke on that last week. That's a fun time. They have some other modes in there that I haven't quite tried myself. Again, playing that Battle Royale, trying to get that level up. This is something that's so addicting about that, but that is neither here or there. As you guys see by the title of today's episode, Moby Dick chasing the great Kratos. For those who don't know who Moby Dick is, I guess you'll find out, but there has been a lot of interesting conversations concerning release dates and not getting them and possibly unsolicited genital pics. Like, oh man, I don't know what's going on.
Are you censoring this morning, by the way? Are we censoring?
A little bit. I'm trying to do better, man, because again,
man,
I'm gonna cuss whenever I can, but I try. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a scholar by any means, or I'm not a saint, I should say, by any means of the word. But
you are a scholar and a gentleman.
I am a scholar. I'm a gentleman. I appreciate that. If it weren't for you telling me, I'd probably be in a deep hole, crying myself to sleep. No, but but yeah. I felt like I was able to get some good gameplay in, so I did bring it for you guys today. Hopefully you enjoyed that. But, ooh, is that a rare 3-bit in the chat?
Yeah, 3-bit's been showing up in chats. Shout out to you, 3-bit. I hope you're feeling better too, brother. He had some dental work done,
bro,
and
if there's
not feeling too well.
There's one thing that I can understand. It is going to be mouth pain. Bro, I'm gonna pray for you. Definitely keep those energy high, keep that spirits up. Just get some rest, man. Take it easy. Get some gaming in. That usually has always helped me. I know it's hard to focus sometimes with that. So just be easy, man. But without further ado, I do have to introduce the X-Man himself. I know some people like to make this brother feel old. I know some people say that he's just the encyclopedia of gaming, which he is all those things. But no. To me, he is my brother from another. He is the X-Man, the uncanny X-Man, who is not Cyclops. My guy, Pong. Oh, what's going on, brother? How you feeling? It's been a week, man. We haven't been really able to chop it up.
No.
I missed you guys on PM and the PM, man. Like, the show didn't go live. I was looking for it. I was like, man. That's usually where I get to catch up with you a little bit. But I tuned in last night, the Ultimate. You saw me dropping in the chat, lighting it up when y'all was in the Need for Speed conversation. But what's going on, man? Tell me about yourself. How you feeling? What you been into?
Feeling good, man. Feeling good. Haven't been into a whole hell of a lot still. This has been one of those weeks, man. I feel like that's a trend here, unfortunately, for me. But just got a lot going on. Real world is what it is. Can't say that I haven't been playing games, but last weekend, let me tell you, Steel, Naraka Blade Point, we went in on this last week, and then you and I where it was a Naraka weekend, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many hours we got in. We probably put in a good dozen hours last weekend on just Naraka.
Probably.
And again, as the first battle royale that I've actually enjoyed, it's been one hell of an experience, man. And I haven't been able to play it this week at all. So I'm hoping to get a little bit in this weekend as well. But then we had, the blue one jumped in with us, K Mega jumped in with us. And Dragonheart, I had to leave. Dragonheart took my spot, but Dragonheart was in the chat and stuff. But man, what a great time. What just an absolutely fantastic game that that 24 Entertainment brand kind of knew. They're veterans of the industry. They got veteran group over there, but what a game that they've come up with here. Man. Yeah, it is awesome. It is amazing. I had an absolute blast with you guys. And just really enjoying myself in Naraka. Otherwise, this week, again, my time has been ultra limited this week. So, I've been doing the NBA 2K22 single player stuff that I always do. Look, 2023, they just said 2023 is coming. They made that announcement this week, as we all know. So they're releasing dark matter cards left and right. The auction house prices have come way down. So I am building my squad up and just destroying the computer again, even on superstar level, which is fantastic. It's so much fun. And then I've been rocking out some Inquisitor levels as well. Still Warhammer 40K Inquisitor Martyr. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, an older game, but they are re-releasing it. Sometime in 2022 here is going to have a current gen version for the series and PlayStation 5 consoles. And I will tell you, if you guys are looking for that Diablo type game, that action RPG looter, go try out Inquisitor Martyr. It's always on sale. It's no longer on the Xbox sale anymore, but you can still find it. I looked up online the other day. You can still find it on some of the websites out there, the digital download websites. You can get a digital code for like $15 for the complete package. It is worth it. It is worth it. Having an absolute blast in that game. Even single player runs are fun in that game. So that's pretty much all I've done this week. I wanted to get back in some Shadowrun, but again, I need a big block of time for that. I really want to deep dive that game, and it just hasn't happened. So, that's been my week, man. Just been busy as hell, and had a bunch of stuff happen at work, and so I, had to run the ship because the owners and stuff were out. So I got new people. I got new people. So man, it's been like, wow, what's going on around here? So other than that, Steel, it's been a great week, a slow news week, but we do have some things to get down into, like you talked about.
It'll still be over a 3-hour show somehow.
Somehow, some way, we'll make it happen, man. We always do. D Pics, because you and I, what's funny, Steel, is you and I, we hop in here. We haven't talked all week. We use this as much of as a catch up catch up for you and I as anything else, right? So all the BS that we normally would talk about during the week, we just save it for Saturday. We come out here and talk. But great to see the chat out here. One final thing as well. If you didn't see the updates from Mav, we did get an update on amazing member of this community, Assassin Lupa, as we've talked about the past couple of weeks. So she had a procedure done. Last week it did not go well. And so now they're doing a high risk surgery on the 6th, coming up this next week here. So please, it's not a good place right now for Lupa. And she is just a phenomenal human being. Again, whether you ran into her in a chat, whether you've seen her on a podcast, whether you've played games with her on Xbox Live, the woman is special. She is somebody who deserves to be here longer. So please continue to send out your prayers, your wishes, your hopes, your energy, whatever you do personally. It does not matter at the end of the day what you believe. However you get it done, just give her a thought. Because she needs all of those right now, and her entire family, her husband John and her children. Please just continue to do so, because this coming up week is going to be a big one for her. So other than that, Steel, you kind of talked about what you got into, man, but is there anything else you've been down with other than Naraka?
Nah, man. I mean, honestly, I've literally put everything else down to only play Naraka. I mean, it's also just because of work and just dealing with things mentally. And I mean, you get in these. Sometimes, and this may not apply to everybody, but at least for me, I get into these spots to where, like I always say, a multiplayer game is always going to pull me away from anything else. But timing is such a big thing. And then it's the summer, the kids are out, so it's like tending to them. It's just multiple of things that are going on to where I don't have 20 hours just to sit here and game all day. Most of it is end up busy, and then when I do get down to get into something, I just choose Naraka. So right now, Dragon's Dogma is on hold. Right now, what else was I playing previously? There was a few things that I was jumping into. Dragon's Dogma was really the main one, and I am going to get back in there to finish that out. I think last time I was playing the Gundam. Goodness gracious, brain isn't there. I was playing Gundam Evolution. There you go. I wanted to
drink your damn coffee, brother.
I wanted to call it by its name, not just it's the Gundam. It's the clone of Overwatch, because that's kind of what the impression it left me with. But so I had stopped playing that, and then other than that, I have been kind of, because the World Slayer DLC came out for Outriders, and that's been kind of an interesting thing to see. I've been hearing a lot of people say that it is kind of not necessarily more of the same, but that they did do some good life improvements. The loot does seem to be maybe a tad bit better. It could just be because of the expansion. Again, you're in a new area, you're getting more you're getting different loot, you're getting more loot, you're getting different gear, more gear. So a lot of that is going to play in there. And we open up that loophole, of course, things are going to be more enticing. But I think that I think me thinking about that opened up the conversation, at least to myself again, about the whole thing. What was convenient about that? I'm put it to you like this. Through the time that I was thinking about that, and mind you, I wasn't thinking about it for too long. It was just only that day. But that same day, somebody put on Twitter, it was like, "Hey, single players are greater than multiplayer gamers," and I had to send them I didn't send them a message, but I retweeted it and said, "Multiplayer games are greater than single player games," and then I put underneath in parentheses, "enthusiast versus casual." But we'll get into that here in a moment. Again, a lot of that's going to be personal thoughts, and nothing to take away from single player games, because again, I have no problems with single player games. I want them to exist because people love those. There's a whole entire community of people like Pong, definitely at one point, who was just single player focused, and still today, Pong can be single player focused. And it's crazy when he downplays his multiplayer side, because he's not a bad player, man. So, but it's still, I think it's an open conversation to have. I think it's going to be a different conversation to have, because not a lot of people have it, right? And here at Living Splitscreen, we like to do things a little bit different, other than just talking about just straight, oh, what happened this week? Let's throw some personality in there, right? So I think that'll be a good way to mix it up, a good conversation to have, and then kind of go from there. Kind of gauge the crowd, right? And then just kind of agree to disagree and then move on from there. Because at the end of the day, gaming as art should be treated as such. Again, shout out to the homie Everborn, even though he no longer coins that term, which is very sad, but I know that he believes it. But it's all right. I'll pick the ball up. I'll run with it. I'll score the touchdown. And just know, if we ever blow up, I'll give you 10. I'll give you 5%. I'll give you 5%.
Wow. Let's not make contracts that we're not going to keep here.
No.
Hey, Tim the Sorcerer. Yes, my neighborhood drama thankfully ended. So yes, that did go away as well. And we haven't had any reoccurrences of said drama. So yes, cops took care of their business finally. Finally, they did what they needed to do and got the dude. So that's for sure.
And see, the conversation that y'all are already having in the chat is exactly why I wanted to bring up the conversation, because it brings out a lot of passion in people, right? And again, I'm going to preface this again, so nobody gets the words mixed up and confused and gets all in their feelings. Because, hey, People, that happens. We live in a sensitive society nowadays. I like to think that the people who subscribed and the people in the chat you're definitely like-minded people. You like to have good conversation, or you're passionate. So that's kind of the angle that I'm coming from. But nothing's exactly like you said earlier, Fahim. Nothing is wrong with single-player games. There is always going to be a preference. There is a market for everything. I just want to give my personal opinion, my kind of take on it, just to content purposes, and also just to do something different. Because again, me and Pong are going to come from two different perspectives, so I think there's going to be a nice mix-up on the show itself. Although we're probably going to end up agreeing at some point in the middle anyway. So, but oh man, I think. Oh God, here we go.
Steel hates single player games. Thank you, Stuff Sean. I told you guys. Told you guys he's in a foul mood today. This is what we're gonna have.
God, here we go. See, this is why I know this is gonna be a good time today. Dick says I come from a non-sensitive generation. Hey man, yeah, a lot of us do. So he's about the dump on single player game. I love it. This is exactly why I wanted to do it. This is exactly why I was like, I gotta talk about it in the show, because I think it's gonna be all amazing. Yeah, exactly. I'm playing Dragon's Dogma, exactly. But with that being said, we got to get the show ramped up so we can have that open conversation, because I think that's going to be, we can either start about the whole hate, well, not necessarily hate, but everybody writing Cory Barlog and the team in Santa Monica about the whole God of War snafu, them getting a release date, or we can lead into it with the single player versus multiplayer conversation. Either way, I think it's going to be an amazing time. And for him and anybody else in chat, no means am I going to get offended by anything that gets said. At the end of the day, it's all about personal opinion. So just want to let that know, because I mean, of course, in today's era, when you say things, you have to end it with, but I don't want to offend you or anything else, because you never know, right? People take things differently. That's why I always say, hey, one of the things my mom told me that has always carried with me is that you cannot expect for other people to think like you. And I think once you understand that, we can have better conversations, right? More open conversations and not so critical. So, but anyway, let's get into these upcoming games, man, so the people can understand what's upcoming for them in this golden age of gaming. We do it on a week-by-week basis, because, man, if somebody doesn't do it, who will? You're ready, Pong. Are you ready? Are you studying?
I'm ready. It's a short list this week, unfortunately. Yeah. The games list is matching the news this week, but that's all right. We still got a couple different, we got at least one interesting thing in there. Not for everybody, but we do have one interesting thing there. Okay. I'm going to start off right now. So, yes, we are going to jump into games coming up. Of course, for those of us in America, it is 4th of July weekend. Shout out to everybody who does, celebrate this weekend. Yes. It shows up on a Monday, get a little extra day off for a lot of us, which is always nice to have a nice long weekend. So we are going to do the week of the 4th coming up here, and we're going to start off with Match Point. That's right, Match Point is coming out, and that is the new tennis game, and this is also dropping into Game Pass. This is from developed by Taurus Games and published by Calypso Media. Love Calypso Media. Great publisher. They bring a lot of strategy games, RTS games on over to console as well. They do a great job with that, but they are dropping a tennis game. So Match Point Tennis Championship showing up this week, and again, will be in Game Pass. Now, look, been a tennis player, not in real life, but I've been a tennis player on console before. It's been a while, but Virtua Tennis back in the day on Dreamcast, man, let me tell you, having the buddies come around. Look, we did all the sports. We did the NBA 2Ks, we did the NFL 2Ks. But man, when we fired up that virtual tennis and did some rounds, oh boy. So I'm hoping that this one comes back through again, and maybe with it being in Game Pass, it might be interesting. I'm going to definitely download it, check it out, and see how it plays. But if they capture that old virtual tennis feel, man, I might be back on the court again a little bit in some tennis. So
that'll be dope.
That is coming out again on the They say here it is on the 7th. So it is the 7th. And then we've got Arcadegeddon coming to play. And by the way, Match Point is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Arcadegeddon also coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. This is from Ilphonic, developed and published by it. It is a shooter. Now, we have seen this in a couple trailers. I don't think people remember it. It's not one of those ones that grabbed everybody's attention. But this is up to 4 players. And this could be fun. I don't believe this one is dropping into Game Pass. But this could be a fun little game. Go check it out. It's highly stylized. It's got a unique style to it. It's not, and just another shooter that you see that you go, oh, that just blends in with everything else. Nah, it's got a little flavor to it. So go check this one out. Arcadegeddon also coming out on the 7th, or excuse me, the 8th.
Real quick, Pong, just to add on with that, just to give people a preview, because I didn't know about the game. They said it's a hip-hop infused multiplayer title from the makers of Predator Hunting Grounds and Friday the 13th. Both of those titles I haven't had a chance to play. Predator Hunting Grounds, I've heard, had some really good things that were implemented in that game.
I played. Yes.
Was it good?
Yeah, it had its moments. Again,
I heard the Predator side was kind of overpowered.
Oh, bro. Stupid. Like when it first came out, because I played it on PlayStation 4 when it first dropped, because I'm a huge Predator fan, right? Aliens, Predator, like that's my teenage years, man. So I'm always looking for those games to come out. I don't know why people can't nail it. Predator Hunting Grounds had an opportunity, right? They had a chance. But yes, they did not fix some of the OP-ness of the Predators, but they had the skins, they had the licensing. They did, they brought in Arnie, they had Arnold Schwarzenegger skin, they had it all sitting there for them. Some of the maps were really well designed, some of the maps not so well designed. But if you were the Predator, you had full advantage even over a full squad of players. Like, you had the advantage nonstop. But they nailed the Predator standpoint. They nailed that with all the different vision modes and that kind of stuff. Really had something on that game, and it just died on the tree. Again, I think going exclusive to PlayStation was a problem. Obviously, I think it would have done much better had they dropped it over on Game Pass and given people a chance. But it is cool. It had its moments for sure. So very fun game. At times. If you were one of the soldiers, man, good luck. Good luck for the most part. No. And there was sweaty Predator players already, man. Out the gate. It was crazy. I
mean, if it's that easy, if it seemed like it was that easy to be the Predator itself. And again, I guess it's credit to them for really nailing it. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be like the movies. That's what makes gaming different from movies. Like, you can't make the opposition. And again, I haven't played it, so I don't know. Maybe people just didn't understand. I mean, you have a little bit more experience with it. But
you were a bullet sponge as a Predator.
I have seen some videos, and it did seem like it was unfair, even as a squad, to go against this Predator, and he has all these abilities, and it just didn't seem. But I guess it is what it is.
No. But it was a great attempt, and I think they've got something. I'm surprised it hasn't dropped anywhere else yet. It would be pretty cool to see it drop into Game Pass if they could fix some things and maybe relaunch it again, because it did have potential. Like I said, sitting up in the trees, and you could do all the calls, Steel, as the Predator. You could do the voices, you could do the noises, so you could say over here. From the from the trees, bro. And watch them and see everybody start freaking out on the ground as they could hear you. Oh man, that was pretty cool, man. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Sounds like they had some awesome things implemented in that. So I mean, that kind of has me interested in Arcadegeddon, man. I mean, we'll see.
Check out Arcadegeddon. And then we've got a game that I can't believe this is coming back, but not too many people remember. Well, maybe some people do, but we saw this in Nintendo Direct. For sure. And this is coming out. It's Klonoa. which is a character that was a long time ago, I believe, like 2008, I think, when Klonoa came out. But this is Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on July 8th. Klonoa was a cool little game, man. Back in the day from Bandai Namco. So this is one of their characters. They tried, everybody's kind of looked for that Mario, Sonic at some point, especially the bigger publishers and developers. They've always looked for that character.
Yeah.
And they tried. Klonoa had its moments too as a platformer. Again, not the biggest platformer guy here anymore. Played so many as a kid, like I just kind of outgrew them. But Klonoa had character. Klonoa had it was fun. It had its moments, but it's coming back. So 1 to 2 players. It's got the 2-player mode on it as well. So go check that out. July the 8th. Yeah, it might, especially with people with some. It was a little challenging, but if you got kids in that 8 to 10 range, it might be a good game for you guys to sit down and do some co-op with.
Hey, Paul, you have to follow the ESRB rating, okay? The industry rating is everyone 10 plus. 8-year-olds can't play this game, Paul.
Oh, no, that's not true. That's it. But what I'm saying is why even at 10 plus, like I said, in that range, most kids are able to do it. Younger, this is definitely not. I mean, some younger kids are going to be better than others. Obviously, we know that talent is talent. But at the end of the day, it was challenging enough where it probably is in that 8 to 10 range for kids. But I know a lot of people are looking for that family stuff out there as well. That's important, and this is a cool one to have come back again.
It's Bandai Namco just. I think it's Bandai Namco really just stepping out and saying, look, we've been running it here within the last recent years. Why not give you guys something, an additional character that you guys might remember? Not only that, but this is going to be, it's 2 games in one, and they're remastered. So that's something else to keep in mind for those who might have missed it. I think I might actually give this a run through, man. Try it out, because I didn't get a chance to play it. And I mean, I like those types of games, man, right? I like those I guess some could consider it they're indie games, even though they're not. But one thing that Kana has taught me, Kana Bridge of Spirits, is that there's nothing wrong with those style of games, right? It doesn't have to be super hardcore. It doesn't have to be over the top. You have a good art direction. You're telling a decent story with some lovable characters. Again, I can't get over the Rot. I still think that's not the greatest name for them, but once you play the story, you it does help you understand why they're called that and everything. Again, still think they could have been called something a little bit different that would have been more attractive, because there was so much marketing genius that they had there that I don't know if they ended up taking advantage of, because they could have made a ton of toys from them and really had kids obsessed with Kana, because it was literally, it's a Pixar movie as far as games go.
Right.
Not necessarily in mechanics, because it's simple, but it does have a little bit of technical side to it.
Yeah, for sure. And again, that's what's great. Try things out. Again, you never know what you're gonna find. Again, just platforming just isn't my thing anymore. But again, people are always looking for this stuff, and it's got a great aesthetic to it. I do like the character, and I do like the animations on them. So go check that out. Klonoa coming out this week as well. And then finally, hey, shout out to the horror genre. Again, you guys, any fans of horror genre, you guys are eating good. The next 2 years at least is going to be filled with horror. And you got another one. And this one is interesting because it takes from one of my most hated horror games of all time. Like, when I finally started saying I'm done with horror, like is what this game takes from a little bit. So we got Madison coming out on July the 8th. And this is from Bloodiest Games and published by Perp Games. And this is they call it psychological horror, but let me tell you something. Anybody who played Fatal Frame back in the day, anytime, again, I can play certain horror games if you load me up with weapons and you load me up with killing machines, I'm good, okay? In some instances, right? But anytime you're going to make a game where you're taking pictures of ghosts and spirits and all sorts of stuff, I'm out. Fatal Frame ruined me for life. Having a camera as your weapon, that ain't a weapon. Okay, I don't care what it does to the spirits. I don't care. But Madison is going down that route you've got a camera. I'll read a brief description here for anybody interested because I know there's a lot of horror fans. So Madison is a first-person psychological horror game that delivers an immersive and terrifying experience with the help of an instant camera. You ain't helping with no instant camera, okay? That's not help to me. Give me weapons. Give me machine guns. Give me flamethrowers. Give me whatever you need to give me, but not a camera. Anyways, connect the human world with the beyond. Nope, I don't want to connect anything like that. Okay, I'm not doing that. Take pictures and develop them by yourself. Solve puzzles, explore your surroundings, and most importantly, survive. Nope. I'm curled up in a corner crying myself to sleep. Okay. I'm not playing this game, but Madison is coming this week. So again, shout out to all the horror genre fans getting another one. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Xbox One is not listed. So I think this is another one of those ones skipping the Xbox One for whatever reason. It's on Switch. So I don't know why it can't be on Xbox One, but whatever. But Madison, July 8th. And Steel, that is the list that I've got from GameInformer.com. So
that was the list. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you got an idea what your upcoming games are, whether it's Klonoa or maybe you want to jump into some Madison to scare your boots off. But
or get your tennis on with Match Point.
Or you got to get your tennis on Match Point. That's 100%. Who knows? That could be the next hitter as far as tennis games go. But maybe Mario is just going to be the better game to play. Who knows? Apparently, I was getting a trailer for Crash Bandicoot 4. Something about it being available July 5th. Maybe it's going to be included in the PS Premium service.
Yes. It was that was one of their announcements for the premium service as well. Yes.
Nice. That's definitely just something else that I think I'm trying to keep more mind on too. Just those games that are coming into those services, because those are important too, man. Again, we talk about Game Pass. We got to talk about PlayStation Premium, whether you guys are like it or not. I know a lot of people, we've been seeing some things in the background about it. There was some other news that came out about some of the downs about the service itself, as far as like the type of games you're able to play and everything else. I'm trying to see if I can find that really quickly.
The PlayStation Plus games for July are Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. The Dark Pictures, Man of Medan. A lot of people love those games, obviously. After the Quarry came out, that kind of reignited everybody again. Right. So you like those narrative heavy type games, psychological horror games. Dark Pictures does a great job with Man of Medan. And then Arcadegeddon is actually going to be dropping into the Plus service. So the one we just talked about. So again, Sony out here making those deals. As we've talked about here plenty, we knew what was going to happen. Now, to what extent they do this, we don't know, but we're going to find out. But Arcadegeddon, which is a brand new release, day and date, coming to PlayStation Plus. So there you go. Again, it shows that they are making those deals in the background. So which is important because they've got to have something for people. Because Steel, if you found that, I can probably find it too if you can't. But PlayStation does have some issues already popping up with the service. They don't have the integration, of course, on the back end of stuff like Xbox. Xbox invested heavily over the past years, as all of us Xbox fans know. You got it? Yeah. And so now PlayStation has got some problems already with some of their backwards compatibility titles from the PS Now collection, which now is obviously in the PS Plus collection, depending on which level you purchase. They're having some issues already, Steel. So go ahead.
Yeah, man. And this is going to be some of the bullet points. Again, there's nothing to go crazy about. For those who might have a little bit more experience, please let us know. Hit me up in the DM. Say, hey, no, this is kind of my experience. But from apparently, DLC is not compatible with games in PlayStation Plus, which is really strange to me. Game saves cannot be uploaded to the cloud. Okay. And then some PS4 titles won't save to PS5 console. Now, those things could just be things that were looked over. They could just be bugs. Who knows? But it's not something that is... It doesn't give you a lot of room to be excited for it, right? It kind of makes you be like, okay, like, what is going on? Like, are y'all trying to penny pinch me? You trying to, what's going on there? And again, this is something they could easily fix if need be. as far as compatibility goes, as far as saves being uploaded. I know PlayStation right now, still with the whole cloud thing, with the fact that you have to manually do your cloud saves is really strange to me. The fact that if you don't have your PlayStation 4 console, again, if I ever get a PlayStation 5, because I haven't played my PlayStation 4 in freaking years now at this point, and I don't have that PlayStation 4 anymore, I'm not going to have those saves. That is super unfortunate. Whereas like on the other side of the fence, it's like, I could not play Xbox for the next 3 years, and whatever last game that was saved, I know I can pick up right where it left off at without any thought being put into it. So it's just something to take into consideration. Nothing to be like, oh, up in arms about, because it can't be things that are easily fixed. But it is something I just wanted to bring out some attention to.
Yeah, they didn't come out and say anything about it, Steel, from Sony's end. Again, if you're going to start a new service and you're going to allow people to go back and play, older titles, and then you're going to say that some of those saves aren't going to be available on PlayStation. I mean, why am I playing the title then, right? It doesn't, like, if I can't save those titles to my PS5 and they're having problems with uploading saves to the cloud, like, that's something that needs to be talked about. Like, you guys have a fix coming. Like, is that something, because that's like a part of your service. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, right. Again, these are, again, on the Xbox side of things, because of what Xbox has done, it's become so normalized for us, right? That play in the Xbox ecosystem, that we don't even think about it. Like you said, Steel, I can play an Xbox 360 game on my Xbox 360, which I still have that save to the cloud, and if it's backwards compatible and I fire up my Series X, why I'd be playing on my 360 in the first place, don't ask me. But I'm just saying, as an example, and it's backwards compatible, and I go fire up my Series X, that save is going to be instantly available. I'm going to pick right back up where I left off on that game. So for me, like, this is like normal stuff, but this is what we talked about forever when Sony started first coming out with this new service. Was like, we already know that they're behind because they didn't do the investing that PlayStation or that Xbox did for all these years. And they've always had these sorts of issues. Again, they wipe your cloud saves. All my PlayStation 4 games are gone now. My saves.
That is so,
right. Because I didn't re-up PS Plus. Right.
That is so fun.
So yeah, it is. It is. And I re-upped it for the first year because I thought I was going to get a PlayStation 5 during that first year of launch. So I had re-upped it going, okay, well, that's what I got to do. But then I was like, well, I'm not getting a PlayStation 5 anytime soon. So why am I going to keep paying for PlayStation Plus? Yeah, I could grab the free games, but at the end of the day, is it worth it to me? So no, I had to make the decision. So now I know when I pick up my PlayStation 5 and I download one of those PlayStation 4 games that I had a ton of hours into, to know that my saves are just gone is
that's not a good feeling.
It sucks, bro. It sucks.
It's not a good feeling at all.
So again, PlayStation does have to work on this stuff. I wish they were more transparent. Again, you're launching a new service. You're expecting people to subscribe. You want people to convert over from the old services to the new service. You want this to be an ongoing subscription-based model where you are getting that revenue. Well, some of the basics have to be addressed here. Again, if you're behind, we understand why you're behind, but you got to let your players know if there's a fix in the works. What's your priority list look like when it comes to fixing these things? 100%. Because these are some basic things that a lot of people now expect from a subscription service or from any type of ecosystem, because of what Xbox has done, because of how PC has been backwards compatible forever. It is what it is. Your saves are always there on your PC, no matter what game you're playing from 2001 or you're playing something from 2020. It doesn't matter. Your saves are going to be there. So for me, it's just some things that Sony does have to work out here, and they really do have to let their consumers know what's going on. That's where I'm at with it. So.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, being a little vocal about it again, always going to speak out on those things. Anything that seems off on any side of the fence, we definitely want to talk to the people about it, get y'all's opinions, and then kind of go from there. Nick says he doesn't think that the premium tier is worth it, and then Doom says, Doom Reaper goes on to say, didn't want the demos?
Guess that wasn't good enough, Steel. I guess that wasn't. Do we have a list? Do we have a list of the demos that are available yet?
I hadn't looked. I mean, again,
have they started that yet? Like, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think so. I don't think they've started it yet. At least from what I've seen, I haven't seen anybody talking about it. Whether it be on Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, I haven't seen anybody mention it yet. But He said, Nick says, Doom Reaper, hell no. Just some of those PS5 games I didn't want to pay for. Hey, there you go. It's a little bit in there for everybody. So Pong, man, do you want to start off with the interesting conversation of single player versus multiplayer, or should we just become Moby Dick and see if we can find that whale known as Kratos?
Let's get the dick pics out of the way. Let's just
all right.
Let's do this. It is a conversation to be had, as Steel and I always do. Community, from a community standpoint, and a dev standpoint. This is topics that Steel and I do not shy away from. That is something that we do dive into on a frequent basis. So yeah, let's get down to business here. The nuts and bolts of things.
One question I do have really quick, because I think, okay, no, it's right here, so perfect. Never mind, I got it. Because I wanted to see if I get the chicks first, because she was the first one that I seen that kind of made this escalate further up, right? So if you guys don't know what's going on, maybe you're confused. You're like, dick pics? Who said it? Dick pics? Apparently, there is. I'm trying to clarify. I don't know if she's a dev or what relationship.
Yeah, I believe she's one of the devs. Okay. She's one of I think she's part of the animation team, if I remember correctly.
Her name is Estelle Tigani. And it's at Estelle Tigani on Twitter. Again, don't go in there hating on her in the DMs and everything, bro. Like,
oh, there's nothing to hate on her for here. She's completely right. So
no, whatever. I'm just saying, because people are gonna get whatever.
Yeah, no reaching out.
She goes in and she says that, pro tip, sending me dick pics asking for God of War Ragnarok release will not, in fact, get me to reveal the release date. To the people who are doing so, when did that ever work for you? All right. Interesting. That was one of the first posts that we've seen. So apparently that's why this whole conversation started going. And again, this isn't the first time these type of things happen.
No, and for anybody who, let's give a little backstory here too, Steel, right? So backstory for anybody who doesn't know, I'm assuming all of our chat knows because we talked about it last week. Listen, there was rumors going around that Sony was going to do something for God of War last week. A lot of us thought it might be a state of play. Then some news came out that it wasn't going to be a state of play, but they were going to drop God of War information, including a release date, including all the special editions, all that kind of information was going to come out on the 30th. It started with the snitch. Obviously, he had posted out that cryptic tweet that was binary code that meant if you did binary code, it was 30. So everybody assumed June 30th because there had been talk about something from PlayStation at the end of this month, from the likes of, I believe Tom Henderson was one of the ones that originally come out and said that Sony was possibly doing something at the end of this month. So it all kind of fit together that they were going to do something. And then obviously as the week rolled along, there was no announcements. Sony wasn't coming out and talking about it. So the community started getting kind of antsy, like what's going on. And then Corey Barlog himself came out on Twitter, I believe on the 29th, I want to say, and said, look, we're not going to show you anything until we're ready. Don't expect anything, yada, yada, yada. Somebody hit him up and said, what about the 30th? He said, not happening. And again, I'm paraphrasing as always. Yeah. And then that kind of started a whole nother conversation. Then people started getting a little bit more ugly about it. Corey came out and started saying, look, we want to show you as much as you want to see it, but we're, as soon as we get the green light, we'll go ahead and do so. And that kind of started this whole thing. And then she came out and posted this, which it seemingly had not gotten to Corey at the time yet, because Corey jumped in on Twitter again after she posted this and said, are you kidding me right now? Like, and that started a whole Corey Barlog thing pretty much for the past 2 days of him saying, look, this is unacceptable, etc. So go ahead, Steel.
No, that was perfect. I love the way you jumped in there and gave us that backhand, because we definitely needed that. I appreciate that, brother. Future Generation says the Stitch was wrong. I mean, there's a two-sided story to that. I don't know if he was necessarily wrong, because there are some other rumors behind the snitch. Because for those who don't know who the snitch is, maybe if you're new, you're listening on the audio side of things, the snitch is somebody on Twitter currently who has a lot more information within the gaming industry than a typical person might. We're getting information that it's not coming from known places or known journalists and things like that, like a Jeff Grubb or a Jess Corden or people who are known in the industry for having valuable news and being able to, they have some sort of insight, they have those connections. The snitch was just somebody who popped up out of nowhere and got a few, started getting some things right. And now people are coming. There's a rumor currently that he could possibly be somebody that worked for YouTube on the high end level, that is able to see what people are uploading. And that is why he is able to make these almost 100% accurate information, as at least is what it seems.
Yeah. And Schreier backed his 30th too. Schreier came out and said there was something planned for the 30th, but that got delayed. That was going to go down. And then I believe Tom Henderson, or was it, oh God, what's his name? I forget his name too. But anyways, there was some backing from some other known people in the industry that said, no, Sony did have something planned for the 30th, but they moved it. Now, whether that was because the rumors had leaked, and that they, Sony's been known to do that. If their surprise is spoiled, they take their presents and they go home. And plan another day. They've done that in the past as well. Or whether or not they just decided that the 30th wasn't the right time to show off God of War yet, whatever the case. So there was some other people outside of the snitch who backed up his 30th date. And Schreier confirmed by talking to the snitch in the DMs, because there were some people saying the snitch had the same sources as Schreier, and that was incorrect information. And Schreier and the snitch supposedly talked in DMs, because Schreier made this public and said, look, I saw the DMs. We have two separate sources. So, and the snitch never inferred that he had the same source as Jason Schreier. So,
and Andrew Cullinane, that is another interesting perspective to have. He says that the snitch is more wrong than right. He just deletes his wrong predictions. That could be very well true. I'm not in that man's life on a daily basis, but I can't lie and say that he hasn't gotten some of the more recent important things right ahead of time, and that's why he's kind of gotten the credibility that he has. Not saying that he's anybody important. I'm gonna leave that up to everybody. But so apparently this lady Estelle Tagani was getting unsolicited pictures in her DMs and everything, with people trying to get a release date from her. And for him, I do agree with you in some points. He says, hey, I mean, it's been a while. We need this kind of information. God of War is needed. And I feel you in a lot of those ways, but there's a way to go about it. Offering constructive criticism, saying, hey, Sony, we need something here. What's the next event that you're going to have? Sony not playing ball, again, kind of goes into the conversation we've had before, where that's what I miss about the old E3, because you got everything up front regardless. You had those comparisons to make. You had a value to hold these companies to, or whatever the case may be. Now it's just like, I mean, it's hard to complain because you want the game when it's ready. So, but just to continue with this, underneath the comment, I mean, Corey writes under her comments and says, hey, sorry, Estelle, that's completely shit behavior. And then somebody else writes under that and says, hey, I blame the snitch and Jason Schreier for this. If they didn't leak that there was going to be a reveal on the 30th, then people wouldn't have built unrealistic expectations, and there wouldn't be all this extra pressure on you guys. I don't know if I need to say this, or maybe, hopefully somebody's listening, but you don't need to blame the snitch or Jason Schreier for your unrealistic expectations and hype. Do you work for the company? No. Just because you wanted to believe them that this game was going to be announced on the 30th, there's nobody to blame for that except you. It's not putting pressure on that team. They don't have to come out and say anything, which is also going to be the other side of the fence that I do end up playing. But I do want to continue this conversation, because Corey ends up retweeting that same comment and says, don't. He says, basically saying, don't blame anybody. The answer is not to find someone to blame or focus hate on. Maybe just pay it forward and treat the people that make the things we love with human decency and respect. This is not a battle. We are not at war. We are just trying to make and enjoy things together. And I can 100% agree with that. Corey also has gone on to say some other fire takes, as far as when people keep questioning him on it, he would hit them back with some slide remarks and things that were actually pretty funny. It's nice to see devs that are able to kind of navigate the waters of social media and things, because whether you're new to it or not, I'm someone who's been exposed to the internet since I was young, early 2000s, and so I essentially came up with it. So none of what goes on online bothers me the way that it may some other people. And everybody's different. Everybody's going to deal with things their own different ways. And yeah, even Phil reacted great to Corey, where Phil came in and was like, hey, Corey, we agree. That's what it should be about. It should be about the love for games, not getting pictures sent to the DMs about, hey, we should release this game. I need a release date. People put pressure on game dev. This is from Derek Ruther. And when that game gets released with bugs and unpolished, those same people will complain the game is broken or lacks content. Man, what a good point right there. And Fahim, he says, I agree with Corey Barlog on Mustangs, but I mean, come on, man. For me, personally, I do not think if this was completely 100% up to Corey, whether he was going to release announce the game or not, I think they would have already came out and said something. Because they are under Sony, and Sony does like to do and handle their business a certain way, especially when it comes to marketing. I think that is the side of things that has gotten kind of tied up and has become kind of complicated. Maybe there wasn't something to be announced on the 30th, but again, like Paul mentioned earlier, Sony could have pulled and said, look, no, we're not announcing it then. You're going to have to wait. And Corey has made some remarks, and he said something similar to where, look, if it was up to me, I would tell you, but it's not. So you're going to have to wait. And that's kind of my entire point, to where, sure, do we want a release date? Do you want to know more about it? Yes. I'm not going to take away from that. 100%. But if they're not giving it to you, it's kind of hard to be super up in arms about it and everything, because again, you want games to come out complete. That's been one of the #1 complaints over the last decade for sure, especially as DLCs become more prevalent, updates after game releases have become more prevalent. Look, Cyberpunk's I enjoyed Cyberpunk day one, but Cyberpunk's another one of those games that after a while, it has gotten better. The experience has improved. Although I was just watching my wife play the other day, and there were still some random crazy bugs that were in there. But that's neither here or there. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It just does not work that way. This is a business. People are going to treat it as a business. This is where I kind of want to open the floodgates on the opposite side, kind of the devil's advocate. Paul, you go push back, pull, however you want. But for me, because we also have that Return to Monkey Island dev, Ron Gilbert, that came out, talked about a little bit behind the scenes before we went live, where you have these devs that come out and they don't have marketing managers, or they don't have social media guys that are on here that can handle these conversations and handle these takes and handle the smoke that they get. Then get on here and make blanket statements, which is my problem. You get on here and make blanket statements that gamers don't have patience, that gamers do not care, that gamers want their product when they want their product, and that everybody pretty much making everybody seem like they are all the same. I have a problem with that. You can't generalize everybody in one bucket. What you'll end up doing is turning off the people who are your true supporters, the people that will wait, the people that sit in silence and say, look, man, I'm not the biggest God of War fan, but I will also sit here and tell you that we should be patient. You guys loved the first game. You loved the 2018 version of God of War. Needless to say, you're probably going to love this 2022, 2023 version of God of War. The Ragnarok, the DLC, the second part of the game, whatever you want to consider it. If you don't know what the second game is going to be, go play the first game. Have you not played any other God of War games? Where do you think the directions they're going to take it? It's going to be more over the top. It's going to be more boom backstick, like God of War is known to be. And it's crazy because no matter what, and this is something that I've always stood on, no matter what, people aren't going to be happy. Doom says, so still right, do these gamers have nothing to play that they got to sit around and wait for release dates? Doom, you're bringing up a good point. And it did open up a conversation again, because I saw people doing community like graphs and, you know, doing Q&As and everything, putting polls out there saying about the toxic communities and everything. And it did open a conversation about, is the PlayStation community like just like the more toxic community? Now, it's hard to really gauge those metrics. Every community is toxic. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be cars, it can be clothes, it can be anything. There's always going to be some toxic form in there. I just don't like the way that these devs come out and address their audience sometimes, just because a few knuckleheads, a few dickbags, or whatever you want to call them, come into the DMs and everything else, or make it uncomfortable for some people. And by no means am I saying, is it okay? It's not. It's not okay for people to do any of these things. It's actually, I would have to say, look, you have to tell these people to go get a life. I just don't think it's okay to make blanket statements about your audience, because it's not everybody doing it. And when the statements that have been made so far from these devs, that's how it kind of comes across. Oh, we're not going to talk anymore because everybody's being toxic. Well, okay, well, how about you get somebody that can handle your social media so you don't have to deal with that? Nobody's saying that you need to deal with it. Or just don't speak and just don't say anything else about the game until it comes out. And either people are going to buy it or people are going to not. If you really care that much about people's opinion, whether they're going to love your game or not, does that make me believe that you have faith in your own game? No, it doesn't. What that in turn does for me is say, okay, it's kind of the conversation that we had last weekend, where it was like, I want devs to be able to make their game. Make your game, and then if you want the community kind of build off of that, cool. Not beforehand, because that kind of tells me that you didn't have the full vision. Your vision is based off of whatever your audience's vision is, and if that's the case, you can't be mad when people give you criticism, whether it's good criticism or not, because not all criticism is going to be good. Not all criticism is going to come from people who know how to articulate their opinion. That is just a fact. Like the conversation about single player, multiplayer games that we're going to have later, it's all opinion based. It's the same thing for this conversation. It's opinion based. Whether you think the game is worth it, whether it's not good, whether it is good, it's completely up to you. As a dev, you have to know what your goal is. You shouldn't take offense to people saying, oh, the graphics aren't good enough. This is my game. You're either going to play it or you're not. Do you have faith in your product or do you not? And it doesn't really plead well when you're like, oh, I gotta pull away from this because people are so toxic. It just, to me, that doesn't make any sense. But in no way, shape, or form am I saying that it is okay, because it's not. Nobody should be going into anybody's DMs telling them they're going to kill them when they see them on the street. They're going to beat their ass because their game didn't come out when it was supposed to. Oh, you delayed the game, so now I'm going to go to your nearest playground and I'm going to watch your kids play. And like the weird things that people say, like these people are still humans at the end of the day. It's part of the reason why gaming is art and should be treated as such, because these people, especially in gaming, spend years dedicating their life to a craft to bring pixels to life, to bring you a story that you can visually play and feel. And people find a way for that to be a negative in some way, shape, or form. So yes, I do agree. No, toxicity isn't good. Also, on the other side of the fence is someone who has put years of their life into a craft. Someone, for an example, like this podcast. We've put we put our passion, we put our love, we put our heart into this. That's why we do it for the community. Because yeah, me and Pong could talk in the party chat all day and whatever the case might be. We could just not have a podcast, play some games early in the morning, and call it that. Chit chat and leave it at that. No, we want to be able to have an open conversation with the community, no matter how you guys feel. Because me and Pong understand it's about the discussion, it's about the conversation. For better or for worse, guys are either going to support or you're not. And it's up to us to decide what's worth it and what's not worth it. That's kind of my take on it thus far. Now, Pong, how do you feel about these Moby Dicks doing everything that they can to chase that whale known as the Great Kratos? But do you think that unsolicited pictures and people's DMs, death threats, not getting a release date, warrants these things? Or am I off base and maybe they should be more vocal? Maybe they should say, hey, well, this is exactly when it's happening and everything should be catered to me as the gamer. What do you think about this, man? I know it's an interesting conversation to have. So what has been your take? What have you learned from the community?
Man, come on now. This is going to be a constant war at this point in time in 2022. And this started long ago when social media started becoming big, when marketing changed from the old style of marketing to the new style of marketing, right? These companies, they're full of human beings. Number one, again, this is a conversation you and I have had so many times, Steel. Right. This is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. It's a small percentage of people who like to spoil everything for the larger masses. And that's a big problem that's always comes in play, no matter what you're talking about, whether it's the video game industry, whether you're talking about sports, whatever you're talking about. There's a small percentage of people as human beings who will always take it too far, who will they will call themselves fans, and yet they will do something so egregious, so ridiculous, so toxic, whatever words you want to give it, that you look at it as another fan and go, what the hell are you thinking about? This is not how you treat other human beings. And again, social media has, unfortunately, and the internet as a whole, unfortunately, has created this whole, what do we want to say? This whole formula for people that they go ahead and say, well, I'm anonymous. I can do whatever the hell I please out here. And that's just who they are as a human being. And they treat other human beings as something less than, and it's not right. And again, this goes across all different types of spaces, all different places. It doesn't matter where you're at. You're going to run into this problem at some point when you get this many human beings congregating in one space together. You're going to have the bad apples ruin it for everybody. And this is exactly what's happening. I don't blame the devs. If they pull back from social media, I don't blame the devs. Look, that's a personal decision. Right? I can sit here and say, well, I would handle it differently. Well, I'd have tougher skin. Well, it wouldn't bother me so much. I'd laugh it off. I can sit here and confidently say that, but everybody's different. And you don't have one set of human beings with certain traits that are able to do that. You have human beings from all walks of life, all different backgrounds, all different kind of different mix that may not be okay with that. Right? And so for me, again, the trolls out here, the edgelords, whatever you want to call these people who get off on this kind of stuff, who honestly wake up in the morning and think to themselves, yeah, damn, this is going to be right. I'm going to send a dick pic to this dev and she's going to give me the release information. Like,
hey, if it's big enough, yeah, I guess.
Look, it don't matter. It don't matter. Like, I can't put myself in that shoes because I would never have that thought mentally on any level. Like, that's me like going, yeah, no. Not when, look, Starfield doesn't have a release date right now. You think I'm going to be hitting up Pete Hines, Todd Howard, and some of the devs over at Bethesda with my dick, hoping that I'm going to get a release date? Look, I can't.
You might.
Look, no, it's just, it is. We laugh about it because it's so ridiculous, but at the end of the day, it's despicable. It really, truly is that we now have a society, a certain percentage, and it's a small percentage of people out here who honestly have this mentality that they think that this is acceptable and that it's going to work. I just don't get it, man. So I don't blame the devs. I don't blame the devs for being upset. I appreciate what Corey did coming out. They put out an official statement from Sony Santa Monica as well, on top of everything else. Talking about how they understand the passion, that they appreciate all the people who are looking forward to their game and that do that in a positive manner, right? Yes. They did put out that appreciation post and all that kind of stuff. Some of the devs also started putting out other posts that, hey, if you are a dev and you are passionate about your work and you love what you do here, we appreciate you and what you do. They started that round as well. Listen, Steel, again, you're not wrong for your thoughts in any way, shape, or form either. That maybe these people do need more buffers, whether or not they have the opportunity to have those buffers with a community manager or whatever the case may be. Like Santa Monica does, but again, when you are out here in this space and you have the right as a human being to be in Twitter, no matter what your line of profession is.
Yep.
And you have the right to put in your bio what you do for a living and be proud of that fact. That's a part of this whole deal, this whole experience that we have now on social media. You have the rights to do that. And you have your DMs open because you have a lot of great people who jump in your DMs and give you support, give you positivity, whatever the case may be. Should you have to close your DMs to avoid this? No. Is the option there for that? Yes, it is. But should you have to? No, but in reality, with, again, this many human beings all congregating in one place, is there some kind of expectations that you're going to have some nasty ass people jump in your DMs? Yeah. Again, we can have the conversation right, wrong, or indifferent. And we both agree that it's awful and it should never happen. But people don't have self-control like that. People just don't do it. They just don't monitor themselves. And I'm definitely not one to start censoring. I'm totally against all that. I think you take the good with the bad. And again, you got to deal with it and you got to make the choices for yourself. And you can only control what you can control as a human being personally. And that's it. But at the end of the day, this is wrong and we got to call it out. And it's awful. And I can't believe that somebody actually thought this was going to work in 2022, especially with everything that's happened. If you're in any type of internet, if you've been on the internet over the past 10 years, if you've been in social media over the past 10 years, you know how things have changed. You know what might have flown as jokes back in the day don't fly as jokes no more, whether they're funny or not, whether I believe they should still be considered jokes or not. That just doesn't happen. But a dick pic, that's never been cool. Like, there's people out there for you. If you like exchanging dick pics, there's a whole community out there for you. You can go find them. Yeah. Right. There's a space for that. Right. There's a space for basically everything now. So you can go find those people, but just a random dev online because her DMs happen to be open and she works for a company that you're a fan of and you're waiting on a game to think that you wake up that morning and think that's going to be a great idea. Again, that says more about you as a person. And again, go get some help. Go get some help because that's not normal behavior. And I'm not going to sit here and try to hear your excuses as to why you think that that's okay, where that's not normal behavior at all. So go get some freaking help. Okay. Number one, as far as us as gamers overall, let's just talk about outside of dick pics. Okay. The toxicity in this community is something you and I have touched on a lot. Yes, and absolutely. Again, people have varying degrees of acceptance of what is toxicity and what is not toxic. Okay. And again, as human beings, that's going to be the case. So I can't, people try to jump in all the time and say, well, that's just jokes. That's not toxic. Why are you guys upset? Don't be upset. Listen, that might be it for you. Right. But I have a different level. Right. Everybody. And you got to respect everybody's levels and what they think that is toxic and what is not toxic. Right. I sit back on a daily basis and see some things, and maybe we'll talk about the teabagging issue later, Steel, where I go, come on, man. Come on. Really, this is where we're going. But this is where we are as a society. So we got to accept that fact that there's going to be people out here who are much more sensitive than maybe some of us are. And that's just the way it is. And again, if you're going to engage with those people, you have to understand it. But gamers, let's keep it on gaming here. Gaming we have become entitled as gaming. We have access now 100%. To people that we never would have had access unless we were actual journalists that got to go to E3, because people don't remember E3 at one point was journalists only. You had to be a part of the media, right? You had to be in that inner circle in order to have access to E3. They opened it up for the public I think it was what, 10 years ago, maybe less than 10 years ago. They opened it up to the public. So back in the day, again, I always bring this up because I've been through all this. We got our news 3 months late from articles in magazines. And we didn't know if that information was correct. We couldn't fact check it online. We couldn't go to the devs directly and say, hey, did you really say this? Is this really what your game is going to be? None of that. We now have the privilege to have even some type of communication directly on a daily, weekly, hourly basis from some of our favorite people in the world because of social media. And what do we do with it? In a lot of instances, we treat it like garbage. We treat it like trash. We stomp all over it and say, oh, well, since you're out here, now I could talk to you how I would want to talk to you if I was just an anonymous human being online with no real picture, no real connection to the real world. I'm just going to talk to you any way I want to because you're out here. That's not okay. We're still human beings. If you wouldn't say it to the person's face, you don't get to say it. Well, you do get to say it online, but you shouldn't say it online, right? You should not say it. That should be a natural boundary for everybody. Would I say this or would I do this if I was standing in front of this person? And then if you probably should add another layer, if my mom was standing there, if my parents were standing there, if my grandparents, whoever you respect in your life, whoever that is, if they were standing right next to you, would you act this way towards another human being in public? And if the answer is no, then don't freaking do it. Okay. But we become entitled now. And as gamers, we expect all the information to be given to us. I've said it from day one. I'm one of those kids. I wanted to go find all my Christmas presents before they were wrapped. I never liked surprises. Okay. Yeah. Do I like surprises in the moment? Oh, of course. Of course. I like them as much as the next person. But would I rather know all the surprises up front? Yeah, I would. If I was Phil, would I be giving you the whole roadmap as it stands for the next 10 years? Yeah, I would. I'd give you everything. But that's not the way these companies work. That's not how marketing works. That's not how businesses are run. There's a reason behind all of this, but somehow, some way, gamers now feel like we are deserving and we are entitled to have this constant information. And if one dev decides to be transparent and one dev gives us all this information and shows off pre-alpha footage or gives us release dates early on, right, all of a sudden we think that every dev, and again, I'm talking in generalities here. This is a smaller percentage of people. I'm not talking about necessarily people in the chat or you and me, Steel. Right. But then all of a sudden we expect that every other dev is going to follow suit and do the same damn thing. No. They get to run their business as they want to, as they see fit. And let me tell you this, Steel, at the end of the day, if social media drives more devs into hiding, if social media becomes such a place, right. But if social media becomes such a place where devs can't feel comfortable, and again, it's their comfort level. I can't tell them they should be more comfortable, man. I can't. But if they can't find comfort level and they pull back and we start going back to the old days and we don't get information until a month prior to release and they don't show us anything and we don't get release dates, just get surprises all the time. Look, I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to blame them. Let us know that's what you're going to do. I'm cool with it. If that's what we have to go back to here because of this, then so be it. Again, I've been through that phase. I worked at Funkoland. We used to get games. Look, we used to get games that came in that even Funkoland didn't know we were coming in. We'd open up boxes and be like, what is this game? Like, we didn't have access to information like we do now. We didn't have whole lists of upcoming games for the next week. We had partial lists as a store that was selling them. But even then, again, we'd open up boxes and be like, when the hell was this dropped? What we never heard about this. What is going on? That's the way it used to be. So if it starts going back to that again, I'm cool with that. Again, that's fine by me if the devs feel that that's what's necessary. I just hate the fact that a small percentage of bad apples spoils everything for the good people out here.
I mean, that's the only part that I just can't. It's hard to get behind because we're in 2022.
Still,
you have people who could be your community manager. You have people that can lead.
But again, now we have companies hiring community managers who are edgelords. Look at what Radio Shack posted this week on Twitter, for God's sakes.
That's
man.
true. So it's
look,
like,
bro,
there's no, so it's like there is definitely an in-between. That's not acceptable either. Like Radio Shack,
but they think it's cool now.
You have a check mark. Like, not to say, oh, check marks mean the world or whatever the case might be, but it's Radio Shack. And you're saying shit like, oh, you know what gets my dick hard? Like on Twitter, bro? Like, what are we doing?
No, the exact Twitter, for anybody who doesn't know what happened with Radio Shack this week, they had a post come out that said, if she's a squirter, she's a keeper. Look.
Yeah, Radio Shack said if she's a squirter, she's a keeper. Oh my God.
Look,
community manager for Radio Shack.
Yeah. And people hit the community manager up and said, nope, this is real. Nope, I'm not getting fired. So go ahead and enjoy it.
He said, buckle up. Yep.
Look, again, it goes back and forth. This will be a constant war because marketing and everything has changed as the internet has progressed, as social media has become more and more important. So these devs are going to be out here. Not every dev can handle it. Not every dev is acceptable. And I understand what you're saying, Steel. To some degree, I do agree. Obviously, like I said, I'm a harder person. The industry that I've been in for over 20 years makes you calloused. Okay, it makes you very hard. Yeah. I've been hearing the shit that you see online. I've been hearing on the phone for longer than you will. Some of you have been alive. Okay.
Yeah, the way people turn up on the phone, bro.
Look. Even phone, we call them telephone toughies, right? Because they believe that because they're not in person, that because it's not face to face, they can talk to you any way they want to. Yep. Okay. So again, this is nothing new for me. So for me, it's like, whatever. It's another day in paradise, baby. This is what it is now. This has been around. This is human beings. This is human nature. And again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that it says more about the other person on the other side than it does anybody else.
Yeah.
But again, at the end of the day, we do have a whole lot more people out here who are also the opposite, that are very sensitive and that may not experienced this in their life, who may not have been in an industry where they heard this stuff on a daily basis for a long time. And so they do take mighty offense to anything. And again, we're not talking about dick pics. Dick pics are, look, that's out of line. That's out of bounds no matter what. Yeah. Sending personal porn to anybody is way out of bounds.
There's a reason why OnlyFans exists. You want to do that? You got people you
can That's never been acceptable, never will be acceptable. But I'm just talking about words in general here, mean words and saying mean things to people. I'm on Steel's side when it comes to this because I'm calloused. But words don't bother me. Words will never be violence to me. I will never be on board with that train. Okay. But to some people out here, they are. And if they decide to go away, then they're going to go away. And that's their right to do so. And I'm not going to blame them for that. I can't put myself in those shoes because I feel a totally different way, but I'm not going to blame that. That's a choice. But again, for us as gamers, for all of us good people out here in the community, we will lose something. We will lose contact with those people. We will lose the opportunity to be getting information eventually because the bad apples are going to spoil it. And Steel, I get what you're saying. I'm not a big believer in that, but I've said this from the beginning. This is the problem with things becoming popular. Is that the more people that like it, the more trouble that comes in. Again, if you have a party of your 10 closest friends, you know that party's not going to get out of hand unless you already know that you got some trouble making friends, right? And you're already going to be inviting them in. Right. But then when all of a sudden those 10 friends each invite 10 other people, right. Then all of a sudden, then you got the cops showing up, and guess what? It ain't a party anymore, right? The bad apple spoiled it. That's what happens when things become popular, like video gaming has, is that the more people are involved, the more chance you have of those bad seeds showing up and ruining things for everybody. So this is ridiculous. A shout out to Corey. Shout out to Corey for handling it because he logged off of Twitter for a long time, and now he's back and he's handling his business. And he's handling the shit that's going down in his team, that's happening to his team, and he's handling handling it with the appropriateness online and trying to tell people to knock it the fuck off. And 100%, Corey, I'm glad you got your teams back. I'm glad you're out here posting things and telling people, putting people in their place. He had some other posts this week that were kind of funny too. Still, I don't know. We'll maybe jump into that. But he's handling his business, and shout out to him. But the regular team members, the everyday people that are behind, that never expected to become celebrities or have fans DMing them, whatever it may be, look, they just may not be ready for it, right? And they're just not ready to handle that criticism. If it's constructive criticism, even sometimes we've seen that. But dick pics, bro, come on, go get some help, people. Go get some help. This is unacceptable. And again, you're going to ruin it for everybody. And maybe that's your end goal. Maybe you're one of those people that gets off on it, that you chase people offline. You're that big troll, and that's your ego pump for the day, that you got your attention because you made somebody upset, cry, yell, scream, whatever, post on Twitter. That's a problem for you, okay? That's a you problem. But unfortunately, human beings, what they are, we're all animals at the end of the day. We truly are. We see that all the time in society. We are base animals. That's going to continue to happen. Those people aren't going to go away. They're just going to continue to multiply, in fact. And more people are going to find out, ooh, I can get underneath somebody's skin. Guess what? Tomorrow morning, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to see how many people's skin I can get underneath. That's what people enjoy. Not me.
Tim the Sorcerer says, Corey isn't even on God of War Ragnarok, but still cool. But
no, they got a new director, but he's still overseeing the project.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
it's still Corey's. Project. It's still Corey's baby at the end of the day. Yeah, so he's got some oversight on it, and he's definitely going to be involved with that team for sure. So he knows what's going on. They had him come out on video.
He's the one speaking on it, not whoever.
Yeah, he's the face. He's the face.
Yeah. So, but either way, it's super dope that he's the one that's coming out. Again, he knows how to play the field. And that's my biggest thing. If you're going to be on social media, you're not built to handle social media. You have to realize that you're not built to handle social media. Have people in place. You should have people in place that can handle those types of things. If you're an indie studio, I understand, but you have to know that if you're going to be vocal with your community, there are going to be a group of people who are going to be extremely toxic. They are going to try to ruin it for other people. That is why I always say, have confidence in the work that you're doing. If you know you're doing good work with your project or whatever game or whatever you're doing, whatever field that you're in, do it with full confidence. And any flack that you get, take it as constructive criticism. And I know it's easy to say and not easy to do for everybody. And like I led with, everybody is different. And you can't expect
Steele's not talking about dick pics.
No, I'm not saying no, I'm not talking about dick pics.
That's not constructive criticism.
That's not constructive criticism. Constructive criticism would be like, hey, I didn't like these things about the game. I think that these things would be a little bit better. Maybe you don't like seeing Kratos bare chest all the time. Maybe you want him to have a hoodie. Who knows? Maybe you don't like axes. You want Kratos to use a great sword from Final Fantasy because...
That'd be stupid.
Like, maybe that's just what you think. Like, I don't know, but at least it's constructive criticism. It might not get you anywhere, but at least you're offering an opinion. It's different from you just being an ass, which is never okay.
Just wake up with appreciation. Again, I'm not speaking to people here. Maybe some of you have done this in the past. Look, at the end of the day, just have appreciation for where we're at. If more people appreciated the accessibility that we now have due to the internet, due to social media, this world would be a better place. If you just woke up with appreciation, the fact that you even have the opportunity to interact with somebody like a Corey Barlog online, right? Or whoever your favorite dev is, the fact that you even have that chance, if they're out here in public, just appreciate that and treat it with respect, pure and simple, and understand again that that being toxic is not going to help. Whatever it is you're trying to get is not going to be helped by that. People do not react well to negativity. They just don't. Pure and simple. And they don't react well to unsolicited dick pics. Okay? Period. Point blank. That's, again, there's a space for you if you enjoy that. There are people out there. You can go find them right now. Quick search, and you will be in that community. But here in devs, in the real world, with people just trying to make entertainment and create games for us to enjoy, that ain't it, man. That just ain't it. So just wake up with appreciation that you even have the opportunity to do this, to interact with people like you do right now, and treat it with respect and treat them as human beings on the other side of the screen, because that's exactly what they are. Man, it's just so stupid. It's so stupid still. I can't believe we even have these conversations nowadays, but it is what it is.
Right. And it does seem like there are some other things going on right now too on Twitter itself. And there's always something interesting that's happening, and no matter what community that you're part of, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Reddit, whether no matter what, you want to really meet a toxic player. It's crazy to me how people they really get wild on Reddit. And that's another market that we have to get into. Honestly, because if we want to expand, we want to get out into more communities, we got to be more vocal in the other communities. That is another step that we're gonna have to go into, and guess what? Living Splitscreen might end up getting more toxic BS, but that's okay.
No,
me and Pong will be able to.
Oh, I thought you said we were going more toxic BS. I'm like,
no, not us, but we were going to get more toxic BS possible.
Wait, Steel.
No, we're not. We're always going to come from our perspective. If you like where we come from, then I mean that's why you're here, right? So, and that's never going to go away.
We also had another good interaction while we're here with Corey and stuff, and in the interactions on Twitter too, Steve. We had another good interaction because one of the clowns out there, again, I'm not going to give him attention. Anybody who knows what I'm talking about, and you can go find it certainly, but somebody posted a chart from Google showing the interest levels, right? You know, you can pull those Google charts on any subjects and you can see the interest levels. And somebody compared God of War to Starfield. And somebody put up a graph. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Somebody posted the graph, and basically, obviously, it showed that God of War had all this interest, and Starfield was flatlined except during the release time. And somebody posted that like they were proving a point, right? And shout out to Barlog again. Now that he's back on Twitter and he's active as all get out, he came underneath that tweet and said, "I'm as excited as hell for Starfield. Cannot wait for that game. I'll be taking time off to jump into it." Again, paraphrasing, but he came underneath there. And then who shows up underneath Barlog? Another amazing person that gets so much flack for being who he is. But of course, Phil Spencer shows up underneath Barlog. Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer shows up underneath Barlog and says, "Corey, love this post. I'm so excited for God of War. Can't wait to be playing God of War when you guys have it ready." And basically it was just the interaction. That's how it should be. That's respect amongst peers. That's respect amongst people who other people in this community want to play off as being highly competitive.
Right.
This is a war. They want to destroy each other. Some spaces, yes. But they're gamers at the end of the day. Both Barlog and Phil are gamers. That's why they got into this industry. People forget that, yes, are there some people like Jim Ryan who got in this industry because he's just good at business and it was a great opportunity for him and he's probably not a real gamer? Yeah. That happens. But a lot of these creatives out here, there's a lot of Corys, there's a lot of Phils out here who are in this space because they love gaming at the end of the day and they play games. So that interaction was freaking phenomenal. And the comments underneath it, there was some knuckleheads, there was some of the clown show showing up, but for the most part, real gamers showed up underneath those comments and said, "This is freaking fantastic. Can't wait for both of these games." All that kind of stuff that we talk about here, Steel, that we just got them talking about, the opposite of what we just got them talking about happened. And that's the way that Twitter should be in a perfect world. But of course, we don't live in a perfect world. But I thought that was great of Corey to do that. Shut down, again, obviously a fan of his franchise now, God of War, a fan that considers themselves a fan of Sony, PlayStation, and of God of War, trying to post some console war BS. And Corey came down and shut it down instantaneously and was like, "Yeah, nah, we don't do that over here." I'm excited for Starfield. Can't wait for it. And then Phil jumped in and echoed those sentiments. That's the beauty part of Twitter. Again, we can talk about all negativity all day, but if you curate your Twitter feed and you use the mute block button, you can get to a point. People call it a bubble. I don't care. You can get to the point where you see the good interactions between people on here on Twitter, and there's a lot of it. It just gets lost in all the noise and the negativity sometimes.
Yeah, and Umber says, have you ever noticed that the PS execs don't mix it up with Corey and other devs under them like Phil has with both communities?
No.
I mean, no, because that's not how Sony does business. And people know
different
that.
Business.
That's why it's, I'm going to go out on the ledge here. That's why it's, the future play that I see that is completely obvious is Apple acquiring Sony. Why? Because the Apple and Microsoft beef is a lot more deeper rooted than a lot of people want to believe. In case they forgot. And Apple, I believe at least, is standing back and looking at the scene, looking at what their next investment is going to be. What can they do next to make sure that their brand continues to have the recognition that it does? What other better way than to get yourself head first into gaming with one of the top brands that you can associate and slap an Apple logo on? And guess what? Apple is also another, I think Apple's what, #1 in brand recognition across the world? I think it's somewhere around there. Hey, hot take. That's just what I'm thinking. Exactly, Umbra. That's just me. For the future, I see it happening because it just kind of makes sense. But that's also, I've seen the whole Apple and Microsoft thing that's kind of been going back and forth over the last 30 years. And honestly, if you think Apple's just going to let that go, no. But that's neither here or there, different conversation. I think that was a beautiful, good discussion, Pong. Again, people, like Pong was saying, definitely curate your Twitter, definitely curate your social media platforms. I'm not saying necessarily put yourself in a bubble. I don't necessarily like that. I like hearing different opinions. I like seeing different opinions. But when you see certain people just standing on the ledge just to be standing there, the saying of the boy who cried wolf does ring true. So, and eventually, I don't block people, man. I'll mute you though. If I see enough of your foolishness, I'll mute you. And it's as simple as that. I don't have to deal with it, and I don't live on social media. I don't live on Twitter and everything else for it to really impact me like that. And Umber says, I've seen and heard others claim Apple may try to acquire Sony before, so you could be on to something. I'm just saying, man, it just depends on how Apple wants to continue forward. I just don't think that they want to stay out of that conversation for too long. Again, right now, Apple's they're actually on the side of the fence to where they're making a ton of money from gaming without even having hardware other than their phones in the marketplace. So kind of just makes sense. But there's neither here or there. The next place that I wanted to take our conversation, and I'll take this next question here from Joe Dunmore before I get into that. How much money do you think Sony would let the PlayStation division go for? Well, it really is going to be dependent on when those things happen, because I don't think it's going to be something that happens here recently within the next like couple years or so, because a lot can change between now and then. Right, Sony could shoot up their market price by a lot within the next couple of years. So it's kind of harder to say, oh, how much would they end up selling for? It's not going to be $1 trillion. I know that. Apple could spend that, but I wouldn't see that happening. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. It could be a $500 billion investment.
It would be a full buy. They would never release just the PlayStation because Sony would basically be done at that point. Right? So it'd be and Apple would want the hardware side of things. They want the TVs. Yep. Apple has tried to get Apple TVs out there. Yep. They would want all of it right at the end of the day. So I definitely think that would be a full purchase. And
100%.
Again, there would be a lot of regulate. There would be. You think the FTC has got a microscope on Xbox right now? Yeah, that would be some big questions out there. But Steel is not wrong. It definitely could happen.
Apple got some good lawyers too.
Yep, they do.
So if again, like they proved with the whole Fortnite thing, if Apple would get what they want, if it need be. Right. But hey, that's neither here. Before we get, because I guess really quickly, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, teabagging isn't sexual. It's not. If you get teabagged in Halo, it's not sexual. If you get teabagged in Gears of War, not sexual. If you get teabagged in Rainbow or any other game that you can ever imagine, it is not sexual harassment. Not sexual assault. You're not bothered. Nobody's coming to your house and teabagging you in real life after they kill you on the game. Hopefully that helps clear up some of the discussion about what is sexual harassment and what is not. Teabagging isn't. So I just want people to know that, because it seems like that has been something else that has kind of been getting thrown around here this week. There was a lady that came out, well, not a lady, but there were some people, I'm not going to mention them, that ended up coming out this week and basically made it seem like, oh, if you're somebody who teabags people after you kill them in a game, you're a trash person. Oh, if you teabag people, don't you know that that's sexual harassment? Oh, okay. I think we need to take a break from gaming if that is how you feel. I think you might need to go step outside, go talk to a buddy, go see a psychiatrist, maybe a therapist, maybe go get a massage. Get some of that evil energy that you got worked up in you, maybe that sensitive energy that you got worked up in you, and get it addressed, because you got some bad mojo on you, man. I don't know if you need to see a witch doctor or whatever the case may be. I heard there's plenty of people in Louisiana that could probably help you out. But teabagging is not a form of sexual harassment. Now, somebody hiding sexual harassment and they're bored, still keeping that person on for money purposes, that's a completely different conversation to have. But nobody wants to talk about that. We want to talk about teabagging in games. So, like Doom Reaper says, Karens can't play games. And then Wandering Dutch says, those people shouldn't be gaming. Don't need those weird new age snowflakes in the community. And I don't even think it's that, Dutch. Again, I don't like putting people in blanket statements, man, because it's not always like that. I can go back to say generations, right? For generations, my parents thought that, their parents thought that, their parents thought that. So it's like at some point we have to get out of that mentality and just more so make sure that we are taking the moments to teach and instruct the newer generations and help the newer generations understand and how to navigate the space. Because that's a lot of it. Not everybody is able to get that same. That's unfortunate. Not everybody grew up with the internet. I mean, they did, but like we literally grew up with the internet, like when it started. So we may feel a bit differently. Like Pong said, if you've ever worked in customer service, you're going to have a jaded mentality about people. Period. You literally. Because like Paul said earlier, when you get on the phone, when people feel like you're not in a position of power just because you're at work, they're going to talk to you any kind of way they want. And they'll say to you whatever they can, whatever they feel like they can get away with. These aren't things that are new. Again, that's why as much as I would want the days of before party chat to exist, it wouldn't work in today's society. Boy, with gaming being a tizzy, if every time that you played an online game, you had to deal with game chat. My God, will we be having some other conversation? Because the way people get talking to game chat, you'd really question whether humanity is worth saving or not. Again, aliens ever come, man, bless our hearts, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know. We're going to get lost. But I think from that conversation, I want to get into something a little bit more lighthearted, something that we can really have a passionate conversation about, something that's going to be a little bit different than just the news that we've been kind of covering over the weeks. And then off of this, I think we'll get into maybe some of the Halo news and things, and then maybe some cloud gaming off of that too. But I wanted to bring in the conversation because the thing that got me thinking about this was, before I get into it, it's the conversation about single player and multiplayer game. I saw a post, and I've seen posts over the years, that the most recent post is what got me thinking about it. And it was somebody that was saying, hey, single player games are greater than multiplayer. Which got me thinking. I've been on this podcast stating before and have stated many times, and will continue to stand on the square because it's who I am as a gamer. I am always going to be a multiplayer first gamer. One is because of how I came up, how I grew up coming into the gaming scene, whether it been PC, whether it was the early stages of Xbox Live, on Xbox Connect, whether it was through LAN parties, getting together with a bunch of different people, bringing the PCs over, bringing your consoles over, getting them all connected through a bridge, and us just rocking out all night long with a room full of 20 people. Single player games definitely have a space in gaming. But to me personally, single player games have always been looked at more as a casual aspect of gaming because you are literally playing by yourself. See, this isn't just about, for me personally, this isn't about, how hard you're going in the single player game, and you playing on the hardest difficulty and everything else, because that's me. I do those things. For me, it's more of the conversation about replayability. Sure, we can have a little conversation about that. For me, it's about how I play games overall, what pulls my attention, what's going to hold my attention, how I value my time. And over the years that I've been gaming, which is almost 3 decades, my birthday at the end of the month, single player games have come to feel like, to me, as a waste of my money. Now, I do not want to get that misunderstood because
I warned you, chat. I warned you.
Because I don't want to get that misunderstood because when I buy games, I do not regret my decision on buying that game. Do not get buyer's remorse. That makes absolutely no sense. Why buy it in the first place if you're going to regret it? But that is why I am very choosy when it comes to single player content. Again, chat mentioned earlier, when I got this conversation start getting ramped up, I'm playing Dragon's Dogma right now. I played Fallen Order. I've played Assassin's Creed. I've played, there's a whole host of different games. Elden Ring.
Mass Effect.
There's a list.
Yeah, Elden Ring's got PvP though.
I mean,
and you like it.
I didn't get into the PvP until more so towards the end, other than the random invasions, right? The same thing with Sniper Elite 5, even though it has a multiplayer aspect to it, but as a co-op experience, it was a magnificent time. What made me kind of reflect on this more is seeing the gameplay for Redfall, playing games like Tiny Tina, Outriders coming out with their new DLC for World Slayer. I find myself in this rut every time with PvE, player versus everything games, to where after I finish the story, I don't understand why I'm still playing this game. It's one of the biggest problems that I have with Phantasy Star. So, Phantasy Star Online 2, I had the level cap of like 90 or whatever, 99, whatever the level cap was. They brought out New Genesis and brought the level cap back down. Now,
coming to PlayStation soon, by the way.
And it's coming to PlayStation soon. Yeah, that's
finally.
true.
Yep.
Phantasy Star. So one, not only is it still called Phantasy Star Online 2, it just has New Genesis on it. They pulled the cap down. Phantasy Star is also only a PvE game. So when I see that they hit both of those marks, that turned me off of the game. Because I thought that this was going to be like a revamping of Online 2. You're going to bring the levels over. You told people that, oh, your stuff is going to carry over and it's going to be all impactful. And to me, it didn't come across that way. Now, shout out to my brother who's 100% committed into Phantasy Star Online 2. Phantasy Star has always been his thing. Bro, I cannot tell you how much he loved that game on the 360. My God, that was like the only game that he was playing, fully 100% committed in for a long time. But just to get back on topic, I don't get the grinding to get better gear to impress my friends. I don't get that. And that is, and I can openly admit, more than likely because I am a multiplayer gamer. I am used to me unlocking things that will enhance my multiplayer experience as I play against other players. Again, this is not to take anything away from those games because I do not regret the time that I spend in those worlds. I don't regret playing Outriders. I don't regret playing Mass Effect. I played almost 200 hours in the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. And I love, again, Mass Effect, the trilogy, is in my top 5 games of all time. And it is a single player game. Not to take away from it, but more times than not, as far as my experience goes, which Naraka is the perfect example of a multiplayer game that could come out of nowhere and completely pull my attention away from anything else. I am no longer playing Dragon's Dogma 2 right now. I mean, Dragon's Dogma, not 2, because 2 ain't out, but Dragon's Dogma right now. I'm not. I was playing it really heavy. I have almost 60 hours in Dragon's Dogma. I don't even think I'm halfway in the game yet. I was thoroughly loving it. And I will get back to it. But I'm having a blast fighting other people online in Naraka, a multiplayer game. The reason I wanted to bring this conversation up is because it's one of those that is a very passionate conversation to have. Some people will say single player games are one and dones. In my personal opinion, I do agree with that. But that's because I play games on the hardest difficulty. I play the story that one time and I will not replay it. Spider-Man is going to be a different scenario because I didn't play all the DLC. So yes, am I going to end up playing the original game? Yes. But I'm also going to be playing with mods. Certain mods, visual mods, more than likely. Character mods, more than likely. I don't believe in mods that enhance your experience or whatever. Or not enhance, but make the game easier. I don't get that. That's like you're cheating yourself. That's just a personal thing. So that is why, like, typically I don't lean towards those experiences, because once I get that experience, that is it for me. And I'm thinking about, okay, what else am I getting out of it? Yeah, me and Pong can get together, we can co-op, we can have a fun time. And that is always a great time. But again, it's still a multiplayer experience. I'm in co-op. This isn't just me, right? Which that's why it opens this conversation up where is single player better than multiplayer? Is multiplayer better than single player? Or are both just equal to each other? And it's always just going to depend on your personal preference, what you're into, where's your value lie, where's your time at? Because all those things are part of that conversation. And for me, as I always say here, you have to know what you stand for as a gamer, what you're into, what you like. And I do not agree with the conversation of going back and forth saying these style of games are better than these style of games without any conversation to be had in between. For me, and I've said this here before, and it is a mentality that I've had, and it is one of those that, yes, gaming is art, should be treated as such for everybody. Everybody's going to have their personal preference, but at the same time, single player experiences to me are casual experiences. Get in, you get out, you put it down whenever you want. There's no error for you failing other than time. Multiplayer experiences require a lot more from the player. You're not just playing bots, not just playing AI. No matter, we have not gotten to the point, other than the Nemesis system, which is still highly overlooked. And unless we start implementing systems like Dragon's Dogma, where the AI is literally learning off of how you play, we still have not gotten to a point where the AI is competitive enough to compare it to an actual human player. No matter how good the bots in Halo are, at a certain point, even if you're playing them on Spartan level, it's not going to be the same as you going online and playing actual people. Is it going to give you some advantage? Yes, because you'll be used to it, and AI has gotten better to kind of acclimate people to an online experience, but it would never reflect. It's always very jarring for people when they play single player games and then go online, because it is not a good feeling when you get smacked around. It's not. I played Gears of War, one of the most highly controversial games, multiplayer games in existence to date. One of the games that people say is the most hardcore of the hardcore games. Because it is. It's not an easy game to play. It's not an easy game to get good at. And if you're more of a single player focused gamer, or maybe you just don't value multiplayer games that way, you're not going to have a good time unless you mentally prepare yourself to want to get better, to want to improve, to understand that there is going to be roadblocks. And this isn't, again, nothing to take away from single player games, because still to this day, there are going to be single player games that I will invest in and play, especially with me being older, getting older. My time is different. Though, no matter what, at the end of the day, if there's a multiplayer experience that I end up getting involved in, that ends up enthralling me, enveloping me in its greatness, then that is always going to take precedent over any single player game that could ever exist. Any. Mind you, this is kind of, and I'm also saying this, and again, part of the reason I'm not saying, hey, it's not that I got something against single player games. I bought an entire system for a single player game in Gundam Breaker 3. Just because I'm a Gundam fan. So it's like, I get it. But at the end of the day, I sold that system because I was on my Xbox and in my PC ecosystem playing multiplayer games and had not touched that system in almost 2 years. I'm not somebody who likes to hoard things. If I don't need it, I'm gonna get rid of it. Which man at disadvantage now, because now if I want those saves, oh, they're gone. Kind of leads back to the conversation we had earlier, as far as like the cloud saves and everything going. That's another turnoff for me. That my time wasn't valued. Like, damn, from the place where single player games are supposed to be one of the most valued things that you have in your ecosystem. Rise and Ghost of Tsushima, even though it hasn't added on multiplayer experience. Out of War, Spider-Man, Uncharted. These are valued single player experiences. So again, for me, multiplayer does definitely trump single player games. Yes, I do tend to look at single player games like one and done games. Now, whether you played repeatedly played those games, completely up to you. I got you. I feel you, Chief. That's how you like to spend your time. But it does become kind of, it does make me look at things differently when I play a game. Everybody's all over this PvE experience, and I'm just not getting that same feeling. Sure, co-op could be fun, but just getting better gear to impress my friends doesn't do anything. Now, Pong, I know that you're going to have a little bit of a difference. And I think this is going to open up some interesting conversation. I already see the interesting things that being said in the chat itself. But there is a little bit of toxicity that has gone into this conversation where people do judge other people based on what they play, and they'll try to downplay their experience. And by no means am I doing that or saying any of those things. Again, single player games are not going to exist if we don't give them support that they have not gotten within the last decade. They haven't. Go look at the sales. They haven't. If it wasn't for multiplayer games, I don't know if single player games would be exactly where they need to be at right now in some aspects, in my personal opinion. And it's being blatantly obvious that that is the case going into the future, because these games are not performing to the CEO's expectations, to the people who are running these businesses' expectations of what they want out of their ecosystem. And Ryan isn't happy with it. Bill obviously wasn't happy with it. Satya wasn't happy with it. And so somebody came in the door and said, "Hey, man, we got to do some things differently. If you want these experiences, then we got to do these things so we can keep that experience alive, so it doesn't go anywhere." Because people speak with their wallet, and people's wallets have said within the last 20 years that it's going to take 5 years for you to sell X amount of copies of a game, unless you're that one-off game like an Elden Ring that can sell almost 15 million in its first 3 months that it's been out. I mean, let me know. Am I off base? What is your opinion on this matter? Do you believe in some of the toxicity that goes into these conversations where people are like, "Oh, curse you for liking this," or "curse you for liking that"? Or do you think it's just a more open conversation to have as we move into the future, because it is important?
Well, I think it's a cooperative effort between single player and multiplayer games. I don't think there's one right or one wrong. You wouldn't have multiplayer games if it wasn't for single player games, and you wouldn't have something like Game Pass per se if you didn't have multiplayer games, because Microsoft built basically a huge foundation of their business on multiplayer, obviously with Halo and then Gears, right? That's what pushed Xbox forward. So I think it is a cooperative effort. Again, you know who you are as a gamer, Steel. There's nothing wrong with that. Like we're all for people understanding their value. What they value in time spent on a game is going to be different for every person, right? If I had to choose one, I would choose single player all day long, right? But that's just me. But do I get enjoyment? Do I get value out of multiplayer experiences? Absolutely. Of course I do. Again, playing Naraka Blade Point with you all last weekend, right? I didn't touch a single player game last weekend. I was playing with you, multiplayer online against other people. So of course there's value there. But again, I'm different too, in that I'm a grazer and that I touch a lot of things that a lot of people will never touch.
Yeah, it's true.
Right. So again, it's going to be personal. That's what gaming is all about. At its core, though, I think that gaming, as much as it's changed, as much as that the online multiplayer has opened up things and actually is probably one of the main drivers as to why video games have taken off the way that they have, right? Outside of mobile experiences and that kind of stuff. I think multiplayer is probably one of the biggest factors in gaming growing overall, that competition that many people strive for. Again, me personally, I can do without the competition. I'm in a highly competitive field as it is. I've been competing for nearly 3 decades now in my real life in work, right? So in a lot of ways. But for me, the personal experience is what it comes down to. So when it boils down to, at the end of the day, I don't care if I'm playing against a computer. I don't care if I'm playing against another human being. It does not matter to me. I'm still enjoying that competition level. And again, so for me, it's totally different point of view and a different perspective. But I you need both right now. You got to have both. And again, Sony found that out. They built an empire based upon single player games. Okay. So again, they got to the peak last generation. Nintendo has built an entire empire off of single player experiences. They ignore online gaming for the most part. Yeah, there's a Splatoon here and there, whatever the case may be. They've got some games that have some semi multiplayer integration, like, whatever, I can visit your world or whatever else. But overall, all their success has been based upon single player experience, right? So I think that, again, to dismiss the single player experiences is completely wrong. But I know you're not doing that, Steel. It's just your personal feelings. But I think that single player is what built the foundation of video games. Yes, we had couch co-op back in the day, right? Yes, Pong, the original video game that most people point to as the origination of video games, was multiplayer. It was co-op. It wasn't co-op, but it was couch multiplayer, right? It was 1v1. That's the original 1v1 game, right? So I think that will always be obviously a huge part. And going forward, when we talk about games as a service, when we talk about engagement, that, again, there's no denying what multiplayer has done. I mean, Grand Theft Auto Online right now is printing money for 2K, which in fact drives their entire business, right? So all these years later, Grand Theft Auto Online, where Grand Theft Auto itself started its success as a single player experience, right? That's what it was. Made Grand Theft Auto. And then when they transitioned, they found a whole new level of success with their online version, right? So again, that's why I say it's hand in hand. It's a circle of life within video games between single player and multiplayer. There's got to be balance. Again, Sony is now finding that out in the future now. As they go forward, they leaned heavily on the Call of Duties of the world to supply that multiplayer side, but now they understand that they have to have in-house multiplayer games as a service, second party, where they fund the entire deal. They've got to have those as well to drive fans to their ecosystem. So I don't think you're wrong, Steel. And again, for you were expressing your personal feelings on this. Single player will never die off. I don't believe we'll ever get to a point where everything is multiplayer and online. No. The personal experience that a single player game gives you can't be duplicated. Okay. There's a place for a Skyrim, which I can sink hundreds, thousands of hours into. Yeah. And there's also a place for Elder Scrolls Online. When I go play Elder Scrolls Online, I'm playing in the same world, technically speaking, as Skyrim, as Oblivion, and I'm having some of the same experiences. But is it the exact same feeling as I have sitting down and firing up Skyrim 10th Anniversary Edition? No, not at all. It's a completely different experience because there's real human beings running around in ESO, and I'm interacting with those, whether I'm joining in battles with them or whatever the case may be. It's different. It's not the same. And again, for me to be able to sit down, not talk to anybody, have my no headset on, sometimes I play with headset, even in single player, obviously for the sound, but not every game. Sometimes I just enjoy the regular old sound coming out of TV or stereo. But sitting down to that and just me versus the computer, I'll call it the AI, me versus the AI, right? With the randomness of a Skyrim's world, just absorbing my life, that will never be replaced by a multiplayer experience, because there's times where I just I talk all day long for a living. Yes, I just don't do it on podcasts. I also talk all day long to other human beings online or over the phone all day long. So for me, sometimes just come home and be able to sit down, chill by myself, just me and the AI, rocking it out. Whatever's happening is happening on screen. That's an experience all unto itself that I will never replace, because to me, that's a total relaxation moment for me, where I just don't have to speak a word, right? And I'm just absorbed into the world. Again, it's what movies and TV were for everybody back in the day when we didn't have video games as a mass entertainment. Movies and TVs were that first getaway. Radio, even before then, where the family would gather around and nobody would talk. Everybody just listened to radio, listen to stories being told, news, music, whatever the case may be. Right. That was the original experience to get away. TVs and movies then, and now video games for me. Video games completely replaced movies and TV. I don't watch a lot of TVs and movies. I've even given up watching sports because I'd rather be playing video games. And to me, that's the experience. Right. So I think there's place for both. Both are needed. Both are a part of what has grown this industry and will continue to grow this industry. And there's stories that can be told only through single player that just simply can't be told through multiplayer, right? There's just simply things that can be done when you cater or when you are creating around a single person jumping into your game world versus having to account for multiple people jumping into that game world, whether it's 2 people or whether it's 100 people. You can't replicate that sometimes versus just having that one person that's sitting down to enjoy something. So I think that's going to continue forward. I think they're both are vital to this industry. And they're both going to continue to flourish. Now, to your point, Steel, from a business side of things, the multiplayer is definitely going to be continue to be pushed because it is much more profitable in a lot of ways to pump out a multiplayer game with monetization as a free-to-play game or as a games as a service than it is the single player experience where, like you said, in most instances, if you sell 5 million plus single player title, that's a pretty good day. If you sell 10 million, well, now you're getting really good. If you sell 15 to 20 million, now you got a hit and now you got a moneymaker, but it can take some time to get there. The Elden Rings that sold 13 million copies in its first month are few and far between when it comes to single player games, right? Cyberpunk, it was supposed to have multiplayer. It wound up being a single player only game, but the hype alone generated, I think they sold 18 million copies. Now I think they sold 13 million in the first week or 2 weeks or whatever it was, but that was based upon pre-orders and all that kind of stuff because the hype for the game was through the roof. So those things for a company when they're looking at designing a game, they don't look at those like, well, yeah, we're instantly going to just sell this. No, that's not how it works. Unless you have one of the mainline franchises that you've already developed, you can't expect that these days, right? Especially without any kind of multiplayer attached to it. You can't expect that to happen. So I think that it is much, while the multiplayer section is more highly competitive, we still see a lot of multiplayer games. There's multiplayer games I've never heard of that are being played by millions of people right now, right? Right. Like how many times Valorant? It's only on PC. How many times do we talk about Valorant in this community? Not at all. Does it have a huge community still out there playing on PC? Yeah. Huge. Are they still raking in money from customizations, cosmetics, I should say? Absolutely. Of course they are. It's highly successful for Riot Games, right? So that's what I'm talking about. That even though it's highly competitive and that you don't reach the upper echelon of multiplayer games, and there's a lot of failures out there that we see constantly, there's tons of smaller games, smaller multiplayer games that are being played by a ton of people that are making a ton of money for these companies. So that's why they're going to continue to be pushed at the end of the day. But single player will not die. Folks, single player never will die. Again, Todd Howard, as long as the Todd Howards of the world still exist, single player will not die. He came out and said that. No, we are still about the single player experience here at Bethesda. We are still all about curating that moment of discovery for the single person, not the multiplayer side of things, even though they are now dabbling in that, Fallout 76, ESO, etc. But the core is single player, and that will always remain a fact.
Yeah, now 100%. And again, well, like you said, and I was saying, it's nothing to take away from single player experiences. But again, it just ties into kind of doubling down onto knowing what you stand for as a gamer. Don't regret your experiences. And again, I've had fun with single player games, but it does kind of make you look at your experiences and kind of evaluate them and say, all right, what am I getting out of this? Or why, when a $40 expansion for Outriders comes out, for an example, or it could be for any game that comes out that is a PvE focused kind of game, is it worth it to you? And again, to me, it's one of those things to where if it was in Game Pass, yeah, I would get it. But that's also because, I played Outriders day one. I've played on and off since, and I've had good times with it. I've spent a ton of time in Outriders. Not as much as some others, but I think I put enough time into it. I've grinded enough to feel like during the time, I don't think that I felt rewarded enough to want to keep going in that continuous cycle of, oh, get better gear, oh, grind and get better gear, oh, keep grinding, get better gear, to do what? Just to do harder content? Okay, well, that's cool. And I'm glad that the game is seemingly working better. They got a bunch of life improvements in there, but I don't know if it warrants me paying $40 for it. And again, that's where it comes down to, it's your pockets. What's worth it to you? Do I spend $40 on that, or do I spend $40 on the rocker? Do I spend $40 on that, or do I spend $40 on the next game that comes out that I have more interested in, like Stray, for an example? That's more so the kind of perspective that I want to put out there, is that every experience is going to be different. It's going to be tailored. And it's always going to be based off your personal preferences. What is worth it to you? Is DLC worth it to you for this style of game? Or would you rather spend that on something else? And again, I completely understand. You guys can get everything that comes out. Every game is easy to get, and whatever the case. And at the end of the day, it's not about the money. It's about the experience and what I feel is worth it because of the time that I've spent. And to me, me and Pong talked about it last week, where because of all the ups and downs that people can have had with this game, and that Square Enix has seemingly put on this game, I think it would have been great to try to at least win back some of the favor for those. The game came out in Game Pass. I think it would have been awesome for the DLC to have also been dropped in Game Pass, and then for you to have added on like cosmetics and other things that you could spend money on, because I just think that would enhance the experience.
But that wasn't the business model they're going for. No, they said that from the beginning, right? They said this is not a games as a service, right? That was their whole thing. Even though it's set up very similar to a games as a service, they didn't want to have those extras, and they to their credit, they didn't back down. No, to their credit, they've doubled down. Again, people playing, specifically Outriders World Slayer right now are having a great time. People say that they're jumping back into it and having a fantastic time. That this is a big DLC. They spent a lot of time crafting new enemies, new environments, and all that kind of stuff. That they didn't just rehash and kind of slap something together. That this seems like it is an actual full-fledged DLC. So credit to People Can Fly for continuing to stick to what they agreed to originally, what they said they were going to do. So I give them all the credit in the world. Like you said, Steel, we talked about it last week. I've been watching videos on it. Gives me the itch again. I love the Outriders gameplay. I love the feel of it. I love all of that.
The story, the little banter and everything that people
about. There's a lot of characters in there I really liked, and there's a lot of story that I really like to it. And it does entice me to come back to it again when I watch other people play it, because there is some of that where I'm like, God, yeah, it's looking really good, man. Like I want to do this, but $40, I just don't know if it is. Like I said, if it goes on sale, it gets down about that $20 mark. Yeah, I might jump back in for $20 to go run through it. But again, Steel, like you said, it's knowing you personally, what you find value in. Again, to your points, when Xbox had their anniversary and they came out with that really cool thing where they showed your most played games of all time, right? Skyrim was sitting in there for me, right? Skyrim was number 3. What was all around Skyrim? Call of Duty, Division. So, like I said, I've lost some hours in some games. Like I said, if I didn't have multi-game player or tags from back in the day on 360, I'd like to see where I couldn't believe Battlefield wasn't in there, because I know I played Battlefield. Like that was like crazy. But then I was like, well, yeah, if I was using other gamer tags back then, it's a loss. But to your point, at the end of the day, even though I'm not a hardcore, quote unquote, multiplayer guy, still some of my most played games, most of my most played games were multiplayer, right? So, that they are a time sink, right? They are something that you, as a person, as a gamer, could feel like I'm getting so much value out of this because I'm constantly playing multiplayer. Like that's it. Whereas single player games don't do that all the time for you. Yeah. So,
and Tinder Sorcerer says, Steel, hear you, got disposable income, but also frugal, love Outriders at the time, got 990 gamer score, but maybe time I buy it. Also, Umber says, I had WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2009. Great game. Has my most played 360 game. Did not expect that, but I did put a ton of hours back into it back in the day. Outriders from Fifth Horseman. Is a good on and off grind. Is World Slayer overpriced? Yes, but they kind of got shafted by Square with the Game Pass deal. My justification was just something to play on and on till September. And I guess that's the other thing that has a huge impact on it is more so the games that I have in my library, right? Because if I'm playing World Slayer, then I'm further pushing out other games that I haven't touched. Like, okay, I can't go from Dragon's Dogma to Naraka and then never go back to Dragon's Dogma. Because that will end up happening if I end up playing World Slayer. Because that's the other thing too, is that when I play games, I throw myself into the game and I'm in that for time. So it's like, that's the other effect on it. It's such a double-edged sword because at the end of the day, the root of the problem is time.
You know what you just got to decide it. You just got to decide to be a grazer like me, Steel. And that's just normal. That's normal. That's normal, bro.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't. Like, and I understand why you could do it because, like, you kind of built that way, and you understand that that's just how you get down. For me, it's just like I feel like I'm taking something away from my experience if I don't fully throw myself into these worlds and at least, if not complete them, try to complete them. You know what I'm saying? And here recently, because the way that games have been coming out, it has been increasingly more difficult because it's like, okay, well, there's this game, and then there's co-op game, and then there's this game, and then there's another co-op game, single player game. Oh, I like that game. Oh, Mass Effect, 200 hours later. Oh, now I'm playing Outriders. 300 hours later. You know what I'm saying? It all comes down to time. Again, I think there's more so, I wanted to use this as more of an iteration on understand who you are as a gamer, understand your time, where your time's getting invested to, what is worth it to you and what's not worth it to you. In no way, shape, or form do I regret any of the experiences I have, and I will continue not to regret any of the experience that I have because just not that way. I don't look at something, me and Pong have talked about it before, where a game comes out and then 6 months later, 3 months later, it's on Game Pass, and now I'm looking at myself like, oh God, look at me, I wasted my money. Like, no. I didn't feel that way when I bought Scarlet Nexus, single player game. Came out almost 6 months later to Game Pass. Great. Enjoy it. Play it. And you guys need to play it. This game needs a second game. And it's just things like that. So
yeah, they just passed 2 million players too, by the way.
Yeah. So, and so play what you love, like Paul says, play what you love what you play. And like I say, and just know what you stand for as a gamer. Splendiferous. Just what the hell?
What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? All right. So Pong, from there is a couple different ways, a couple of different things we can get into. We talked about the God of War release, and people sending unsolicited pictures with that. We had the old single player versus multiplayer. We threw the Return to Monkey Island conversation in with the God of War stuff because it went hand in hand with each other. I think before we got into that, I said we can get into a little bit of the Halo news here, because that has been a major topic for some. Again, news came out that Forge is coming, but more so that the co-op is coming and it's going to be flighted out in July this month. I think it's like towards the 11th. I think it's the 11th or towards the middle of the month, some point.
11th. The flighting is on the 11th, week of the 11th.
Gotcha. Okay. That also was led up with tethering being brought up. And I saw some interesting conversations about that. People blaming the Xbox One, people saying that, look at 343. They can't even let you travel the world however you want to in a co-op experience. Well, what game are we playing? Oh, they can't get anything right. I feel like I've seen every aspect I could probably hear about this. And again, unfortunately, 343 can't win for losing. or can't, whichever the case. I'm kind of confused about where they're at right now, what's going on with them. I do believe they will get on track at some point, but it is definitely taking some time. My thoughts about the whole tethering system, and well, I'll just start with the tethering system first. I don't think it's that big of a deal. They said 1,000 meters, and there was pictures and videos, and people displaying what that would look like. I don't ever anticipate myself being that far away from my buddy. Like, that's never been the case in a Halo game where we're in a co-op experience and we're across the map from each other. I don't think I've ever had that. We were always trying to support it, but typically we're in harder experiences too. So at least heroic when you do a co-op experience, and when you're at that level, the way that the enemy scale and everything else, they throw more enemies at you. You'd be dumb to be by yourself. You know what I'm saying? To go into these engagements when you're in a co-op setting. So I didn't find that to be a huge deal. Oh well, I mean, I don't know. I just didn't think that it was that big of a thing. Doesn't really help the negative press, but I don't think it should be part of that. Also, Forge, again, these are the conversations that have been kind of happening in the background. Everybody's been talking about the potential of Forge and what it can do. And I think with this most recent update, they've kind of opened the bag up a little bit more about what the full potential of this thing is going to end up being, right? Like, we thought that it was going to be something that's going to be transformational for Halo, and it's going to really change the experience. People are going to be able to really create their own thing. And it's coming out, at least, to be more and more of them pushing the boundary for what the potential of Forge can really be. The fact that they added scaling in there, the fact that you could shoot, they got it in there to where, for an example, you can give, I think it was the Wraith, you can give the Wraith like the Ghost boost, so it boosts faster. You can give the Ghost the Rage boost, so it kind of moves faster because of size and everything, propulsion and everything. Different guns, you can have them shoot differently. The fact that they're adding so many different elements and really allowing players to customize the full experience. It's not just a map and you're moving some pieces around. No, you're really fully creating a custom game mode within this game. It's kind of like how Roblox or Minecraft kind of have come, right? You have the base game, which nobody really ever plays. And then you have all these other elements, like the online element, to where people are playing custom matches. Like, for an example, in Roblox, they have damn, I can't think of the name of the game now.
No one asked me.
It was a popular show, Squid Game. There we go. They had a Squid Game mode in there not soon after the freaking show release. Now, I don't know how appropriate that is in a game like Roblox, but that's neither here or there. But the fact that you're even able to do that, there's going to be similar things that could be done in a game like Halo. Spartan, you can drop in a random Spartan. The main video that's kind of going around is them somebody dropping in a Spartan and resizing it mad big, so it's almost as big as the scrapers in the map and everything. And I think that's really dope. There's so many things that are being added on. Now, and I don't care. I can people can hate, people can feel however they want to feel. And I see Nick saying he can't wait for Priority Zero DLC. Now, the other thing that also came out with this is that there's been teams that have been taken off to work on other things. So there was somebody put out a comment on there on Twitter and was like, hey, so when you guys want to get to the desync issues? They're like, oh, it's a known thing. We're working on it, but currently this is our priority. And people were like, what? And for me, I can understand some of the perspective on that. It's like 343 literally can't win for losing. I mean, no matter what they do, especially at this point, it kind of comes across like they're still playing catch up, which isn't, I mean, no mayonnaise included. But which is kind of embarrassing because the game is going to be out for a full year at the end of the year. And I'm still going to stay on the fence. I'm still going to stand on that hill that I do think that we will end up having the full Halo experience as we wanted it on release a year after the game has come out. Now, me personally, I have put Halo down. Desync is a problem. It doesn't make it an enjoyable experience. There's nothing fun about going around a corner and still getting shot. There's nothing fun about meleeing somebody and it not registering. There's nothing fun about shooting your gun and some of the bullets not coming out. That's not fun, especially in a competitive experience. That's what Halo is. Regardless of how you feel about it, that's exactly what it is. And there's certain elements to the game that you just cannot have issues with if you want people to continue to play it. Most of those reasons aren't the reason why I put it down. I just have come to the conclusion that it doesn't have enough content yet for me to stay continuously invested. Not only that, we live in a different day and era. There's literally other games to play. This isn't 10 years ago where Halo was the only game to play. 15 years ago where there was only certain games to play or at certain times of the year. You had to, you made your choices. Call of Duty, you're going to be in the Battlefield, you're going to be in the Halo, you're going to be into this, you're going to be into that. Not that. We're getting more games than we have ever gotten. So there's always something on the horizon. And that's the unfortunate thing that Halo is competing with, because in this day and era where people feel like you're missing a ton of content, one, but then you release updates that only have one map included in it, 2 maps included into it. And you keep updating MCC. Again, I understand there could be different teams working on the games, everything else, but it's all about perception, which I would think that these companies would understand. Why is MCC, and again, we can't see the numbers for console, and Halo's always been more of a console experience, honestly. And Halo, from as far as I can tell, has been doing pretty well on console as far as keeping it alive. Last time I played was about a week ago, and I was able to find a match in less than 10 seconds. Ranked match. So it's not dead. But there are a lot of interesting conversations being had about it. And it's not boding well for them. It's not good if potentially MCC has the same player base as your brand new IP. 4 games. 4 multiplayer experiences. Really, they're all included in the one because you got to bounce back and forth depending on what you choose. If you want to bounce back and forth between the classic all the way up to 4 and whatnot. But either here or there, MCC keeps getting more and more updates to it while Halo Infinite is seemingly struggling. At least that's the way it comes across. Now, to me, as a Halo stan, as a Halo nut, as a Halo fan, I don't have the same hate that everybody else has. Maybe, and more than likely, it's because I'm not just relying on Halo. I have other experiences I can play. But I'm not blind either. I can understand. I've experienced it. It is a turnoff. And then for you to come out and say, well, that's not one of our priority. Melee desync isn't one of our priorities right now. And the team that's working on that is actually working on this other thing right now. Is kind of daunting. It is kind of like, what? So you don't care about your core experience? That's the way that it comes across. In the core experience, especially in a free-to-play game, is so important because you're dependent on online play. Connectivity has the biggest effect on whether people will stay invested or whether they will leave. It doesn't matter if you bring out Forge if nobody's going to play your game because of the desync issue. And fixing desync after 2 years isn't acceptable. But guess what? If it takes that long and the game is great 2 years later, and then all of a sudden there's 100 million people playing Halo every day, Was it really that bad? Maybe not. But right now, it doesn't do really well or bode very well in the scope of how things are looked at. And that's my problem with Halo. Because again, it's like 343 is proving people right that I don't know if there's management issues or not. I can put 2 and 2 together. I can rub some sticks together, create some fire, and see and understand that when there's some smoke coming from these sticks, that eventually fire is going to start and get created somewhere. And that's my problem. It's like you're half deaf and half blind at the same time. Like it's not one disability or the other for 343. And for somebody that's on the outside looking in, again, me and Pong have said this. I can't wait till we get a book, a documentary, something about this whole development process, because this is so much more involved than I think a lot of us can imagine.
It might be a mini series at this point.
Bro, there has to be so much going on internally within that studio for it still to be not on track. Still, almost a year later, after the delay, it is still dumbfounding to me that the single player experience in Halo, that the overall gameplay in Halo is so immaculate that we have nothing else left to complain about other than content. Your only problem is content. And the way that you're pricing shit, you're reducing the price. Oh no, we're gonna up the price again. Oh no, it's rare, so don't you worry. Come on, man. You can't sit here and think that your consumer is dumb either. Some may be, doesn't take away from that, but for the most part, they're gonna have open conversations, and then boom, before you know it, this blows up in your face. How do you feel about this whole snafu with Halo at this point? Were you excited about some of the things that they announced as far as the co-op goes? Do you think that the tethering thing is a problem? And do you even think that, or do you agree with me that there still seems like there's so much more going on behind the scenes that for Joseph Staten, if it wasn't for him, I don't know how much faith I would have in this IP right now. And it does kind of make you look at Xbox a little sideways, or look at Microsoft a little sideways, especially when this is supposed to be your flagship IP. This is what you were known for. You built your brand off the back of this IP. Well, what do you think about this?
Steel's, listen. We've talked 343 to death. Obviously, this is, from the outside looking in, it's a lot of self-created problems. I think their reliance on contractual workers is a huge issue that is now finally, after years and years of relying on contractual workers to a great extent. We're not talking about just like a little. We're talking about a ton here. That I think it finally all came, again, all the cracks in the armor finally showed up with Halo Infinite when you rely on that much contractual work, and you don't get that stability within the studio because you have people constantly moving in, moving out. You constantly looking for workers to come in and help you. And at all time, obviously we know the industry where it's at now, that talent that is an all-time high as far as the amount of people that are in the industry working on games, but finding that talent is the major issue. There's a huge labor force shortage when it comes to devs right now. And that's why you see so many companies gobbling up all this talent, Xbox included. But when you have a studio that needs it, the way that 343 does in order to produce one of your biggest franchise, let's put it that way, and one of the biggest franchises in the video game industry, and you just simply run out of workers, And then you wind up having all these sorts of internal issues seemingly on top of that. Well, guess what? It's all going to come out at the end of the day. And that's what's happened here after the launch. And we're kind of seeing the results of that. And I think that they're trying to find their way right now, and trying to piece things back together again. And they have this whole, you know, they have this whole thing where they're not going to push their workers, that they're permanent workers. There's, you know, zero crunch. You know, again, that's a totally different conversation, but they've decided to go that route. So they're going to have this. They've had some major breaks here where they've allowed their workers to, you know, get time off and take a step back away from everything after the launch, which again is not going to help you make content in any way, shape, or form. But they, you know, it's difficult, Steel. It's difficult. If Forge had launched, and I've said this from the beginning, and this is a casual Halo game player here, folks. Had Forge launched though with the game itself, and they allowed they allowed the community to have access, and props out to them. And we talked about this last year, Steel. There was rumors last year that had come out about Forge and it being much bigger deal than even it has been in the past, that they're opening up the sandbox in ways that they've never done before.
Yeah.
The ability to have your community fill in some of the content gaps. And again, that's a whole nother conversation. Bethesda does it to a great extent. They do a lot of that. They're huge in the modding community. They hire their modders, for God's sakes. We just saw some of that this week again. Right. When you give that ability to the community, whether you believe it's right or wrong, whether you believe you're getting some free work out of people, look, people are passionate about Halo. They're going to go ahead and do it just out of love for the game. They're going to create things that turn into major content for your game. Even if they just wind up getting a little bit of credit at the end of the day, they're not getting paid for it. They're still going to do it just because they love it and they want that experience. So had Forge been available on launch, I think there would have been a ton of content available already to the rest of the normal gamers out there who just jump in to play the game, that might have filled a lot of these blank spaces that you now have in your lineup with Halo Infinite. And I think from what we're seeing in Forge right here, if all this is true, bro, this is going to be amazing. Again, I'm not going to jump into Forge and create anything for Halo, but I can't wait to try out some things. The first thing I thought of when I saw that giant chief, the giant Spartan, was like, man, you could take a brute and it could be like, it could be a Godzilla King Kong battle, right? You could create a whole match around, give him a bunch of health, make him a bullet sponge, make him a boss, but have this giant brute running around the field while you got all these Spartans trying to take them down, right? Whether it's through, you got the vehicles on there, you got everything going. Man, it'd be hilarious. It'd be fun, right? So I just think there's going to be a lot of that once they finally release Forge here. And co-op is something I've been waiting on. Again, I want to jump back into the campaign with you, with Mav, whoever. I want to jump back into the campaign and play co-op. I've always enjoyed Halo co-op more than I did the single player experience. Again, as a casual Halo fan, it's just me. And I really like the world that they did craft, and I can't wait to get in there with some buddies and have a great time. The tethering doesn't bother me. The only time I see it becoming a problem, Steel, is with vehicles. If one person wants to jump in and winds up flying off or driving off in a direction and gets just a little too far because you just simply can't keep up running, that's the only time. But again, like you said, some people kind of mapped it out, and it's pretty good. I mean, there's an extreme amount of distance, right? So that's the only time I could see it being a problem. But again, tethering has been around forever. At the end of the day, if that's what they had to do to get this to run on Xbox One, so be it. They had to do it that way. Again, from the get-go, I would have dropped the Xbox One altogether, and I would have made this current gen only, and we would have solved a lot of issues, I think. But it's spilled milk at this point. It is what it is. They promised it to be cross-gen, so they're going to have to do what they have to do to make it fit into Xbox One. But I think overall, Steel, Halo is always going to be Halo. The fan base will always be the fan base. There's always going to be complaints, and there's always going to be love when it comes to Halo. The fan base who has gone off, like you said, because we're not back in the day. There is 100, if not 1,000 other games to play right now outside of Halo. That fan base will come back. As long as you've got content, they will come back, and they will love it or they will have criticism of it, but they will come back and they will play it. at the end of the day, because Halo just has that draw. And like you said, the core gameplay, outside of a few of the issues, you spoke on the desync and that kind of stuff, outside of a little bit of issues here and there, that gameplay is so polished, you still can't find that moment-to-moment gunplay in a lot of games. You just can't. It's not out there. So people will come back in droves when you start dropping content. And if they can fix whatever it is that's going on internally, if they can resolve the issues, if they can get a pipeline of content going, if they can drop Forge and have the community creating more content, I think that Halo, again, I've said this from the beginning, will be fine. Whether or not it should be delayed, it should have been delayed for another year, well, that's a debate that probably will rage on for a long time. But at the end of the day, the fans are going to come back. They're going to play Halo. There might even come a time and point if Certain Affinity does their job and they drop a new mode that really reignites the Halo community, and they find their Apex Legends or they find their Fortnite or whatever the case may be, but it's within the Halo universe, well, then all this talk is going to disappear and we'll all be forgotten. We'll sit around 5 years from now and laugh going, yeah, remember when we thought Halo was in such a bad place? It wasn't a bad place, but guess what? It's not going to matter if they hit, right? Yep. So if they hit, it could be all the rage. Streamers will be back on board because everybody's going to want to see them playing it. So they've got chances here. Now that they've opened this game up the way they have, now that we know this is more of a games as a service, that they're going to continually add to this game, there's really no time limit for a moment when they could get the right formula down and all of a sudden Halo is the king again, right? It's just, it's an open-ended timeline for 343 and for places like Certain Affinity to come in and all of a sudden do something great with Halo and everybody's back and nobody can stop playing Halo again. And oh my God. So that's the nice part about it. It is kind of a crutch. It is obviously something that they leaned into with this decision, the decisions that have been made. They kind of understand, whether right or wrong, that they do have more leeway with Halo than pretty much any other franchise out there on the market. Right? It's one of those. It's one of those franchises that they can get away with things. And again, as a consumer, is it right? No, there's an argument to be made that the devs are taking advantage of the fan base of Halo right now and kind of just being on their own time frame instead of saying, hey, we've got this huge fan base that's hungry for content. We need to live up to those expectations. Instead, they're kind of being like, we're going to take our time. We got to fix some things around here. We got to do this. We got to make sure that our devs are cool, all that kind of stuff, which is great. Again, the devs are human beings too. I get it. I have a different opinion of crunch and overtime because I'm old school. Again,
I mean, that's definitely a whole different conversation.
It's a whole different conversation. It's highly flammable and all that kind of stuff. But this is where we live now. This is 2022. The team has decided to take this route. Microsoft is taking this route with all their teams underneath Xbox. We've seen it already happen. So it is what it is. But are they taking advantage of the fact that they are working on Halo, one of the biggest franchises in history, that they know that they will constantly have a fan base behind them? Yeah, they kind of are. But again, that still means that doesn't mean that they're not going to eventually start putting out content on a regular basis. I think we'll eventually get to that point where we have content drops, we have regular seasons, they have everything kind of resolved internally, and they can do that. And I think that that does give them an opportunity down the road to hit it big yet again with Halo, where we just look back and just go, yep, that was a blip. It sucked. It was terrible. It was not the start any of us wanted to have for Halo Infinite, but look at it now. Everything's great, and we're all having a great time in Halo. So, again, I'm still in that mode. I wish things were different, but it's not. So we got to take it as it comes right now. And I think still that 343 will get this right. I think they will fix the ship, and everything will be fine. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the whole, 343 needs to be taken off of Halo. They need to be replaced with somebody else. And I mean, like, you can't say management's the problem and then get rid of an entire studio. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. The studio was created to make Halo. Like, that's like getting rid of the coalition. They were created to make Gears. And they were passionate about Gears. They wouldn't have called themselves the coalition if that wasn't the case. They knew what they were taking on with that, right? Not saying that they can't do anything else. They can make whatever other game they want to, but that is part of the identity. No, don't get rid of them. Just that's why it kind of leads more into it could be a management thing. But
yeah, there's got to be change. There's got to be changes still. There has to be, and I'm sure. Again, you don't spend that much money on a game.
No.
Right? And again, the numbers that have been thrown out there, everybody knows the numbers have been thrown out there. Whether they're close or whether they're off, it doesn't. We know for a fact that this is $100 million plus
at
game.
Least.
Okay, yeah. Right. We know for a fact that it's a AAA huge game, and we know the budgets now for AAA games. So whatever that number is. I know Phil's not sitting back. As nice as he's been, as loyal as he has been to some people underneath him, some people who have deservedly earned some loyalty, but may have spent up a lot of that now. And I think all of you know who I'm talking about over at 343. At the end of the day, there's no way they're not sitting back and analyzing what's happened here. And they've got all the facts, and we don't have all the facts, but they have all the facts laid out. And there's no way they're not saying, look, this needs to change. We need to decide, make decisions from a manager standpoint of how we're going to move forward with 343 and what the future is going to look like for Halo. We have to set this up right so that whatever happens down the road, whether it's Halo Infinite 2.0 at some point years from now, that we do not have this happen again, right? That this is not something that continues on.
That's more,
and I'm sure it's all being done. Again, the Xbox is a $1 billion division underneath a $1 trillion company. There's no way that that's not being looked at right now. Again, outside of Phil's maybe personal feelings for certain people in 343, from a business standpoint, those decisions have to be made, and I'm sure it's being done, and I'm sure it's being analyzed, and I'm sure that we're eventually going to get to a point where we go, okay, now we can see. Now we can see it's been fixed because now we got some consistency here. Now we have some real organization where it seemingly has not happened before. There hasn't been a lot of organization, or it seems disorganized from the outside, kind of chaotic at points. Now it seems like everything's smoothed out, and you'll know those changes were made, even if we aren't told about them. So
yeah, it's almost kind of like I know people try to blame Joseph Staten for things, and it's like y'all gotta understand you can't come in at the end of a project and then expect for this man to change the world. Like that's not how that works.
No, you can't blame him for half the house already being on fire when he just showed up with the hose, right? That's that's already happened. All right, so
he has to rebuild it now. Like. And
right, he has to save the other half and then go ahead and start rebuilding what was burnt down already. That's not his problem.
Yeah, to figure out how to improve it so it doesn't burn down again. Again, outside perspective looking in, I don't know what's exactly going on. I'm gonna love to see this docu-series if it ever becomes the light. I hope it does, because Lord Jesus, it's just going to be an interesting conversation to have. Maybe it'll be part of the next. It'll be instead of Xbox on, it'll be Xbox off.
And Splendiferous and Fifth Horseman have never played ODST before. Look, as a casual Halo fan, ODST is my favorite. Totally different experience from Halo. Totally different experience, and I absolutely loved every minute. And I hope we get an ODST 2 at some point once they get this whole train on track and they really start diving into to the worlds. I think ODST 2 would be absolutely phenomenal. I love that game to death. I outside of it just being Halo, again, as a casual Halo fan, but just as a game overall, love that experience in ODST 2. So, or ODST, I should say. I'm waiting on 2. So yeah, no, you guys should go try them out. And Reach was a great game too, Splendiferous, if you've never played Reach. Reach was really good. Some people really like Reach more than even some of the main or some of the other Halos. So
yeah, that's 100%. We could go one more direction here. We're approaching. We're over 3 hours getting to it currently. There was one more thing that I kind of wanted to mention, because I had a recent experience with it, and it kind of turns into leans into the whole Blizzard acquiring Proletariat, the creators of Spellbreak, and then being folded into Blizzard, which is actually extremely interesting, especially with that's who Blizzard's under, or going to be under, I should say.
Right.
So that's actually an extremely interesting conversation to have, because that kind of shows me that deals can still be done in other ways, shapes, and form. But what I wanted to start off, the reason I wanted to bring up cloud gaming is because the conversation for a handheld device for Xbox has been of the rage again, where people are along the fence, on one side saying, oh, we need one, it's going to be so great, and if Xbox does that, they'll be able to push the switch out of the market and make Nintendo look at things differently. And then there's the other side of the fence where people are like, is it really worth it? Should they? I don't think it's there. And the reason why I wanted to include the cloud gaming conversation is that, because as we know, we talked about it a little bit last week too, that Samsung TV are going to have the app, going to have the xCloud app built into. So it'll be right there. You got a controller already. Look it up. Assumingly, it's going to be some sort. And then also the puck, stick, whatever you want to call it, a Chromecast-like device that Xbox is specifically looking to also. That we heard is more along the lines of truth versus fiction, I should say. This I had a recent experience with a homie of mine. Shout out to him, shout out to Shade. We're playing the Rocker, right? He currently hasn't had a chance to get a series console. Is what it is. You're there. One day he hits me up and he's like, "Yo, you trying to rock some the Rocker?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it." So, I sent him a message back. I was like, damn, I didn't think you had a series console, because Naraka is only available currently on current gen consoles. They are currently working on bringing it to Xbox One. They're also working on right now bringing it to mobile, which is an extremely interesting experience. And I think it's going to help blow up the game some more, but either here or there. Hopefully they'll give us a color palette when they but he was like, no, I didn't get a series console. Like, so how are you playing the game? Like, oh, through cloud gaming on my Xbox One X. I was like, really? I was like, yeah. I was like, you're not getting any like lag or like input delay or anything that's like super noticeable that kind of turns you off the experience, because in Rocket, those things are important. Input delay and timing, and it's the best way that I can explain the Rocket Blade Point to a lot of people, like, just to get down to the gist of it. It's like a huge game of rock, paper, scissors. Literally. If you throw out rock, somebody might hit you with a rock, you die and you tie out, or somebody might pull out paper and you get wrapped up. There's always that choice that the scissors can be put out there and you stomp them out. Always that choice, but it's like a huge game of rock, paper, scissors. And so I was asking these questions. So how you feeling about it? It was like, well, like, really, it's not really that noticeable. Like, I mean, I could tell, like, there's some random dips that he would get or whatever the case as far as connection goes. But I don't know how good of a connection he's getting or whatever the case might be. My entire point with that is I was dumbfounded by the fact that he was literally playing, because I didn't know that it was already accessible in that form factor. Brand new game. The Rocket just came to Xbox. It's on PC. It's on Xbox for PC also. Game Pass for PC. And the game's available through streaming through the cloud on the console already, on the Xbox One. The amount of work that was put into this is crazy. The amount of work that Xbox is putting in behind the scenes is crazy, if this is the case, because this bodes well for the future of gaming, the accessibility front that we always continue to speak on here. Yes, he might have just been in his home, but if he was already playing on his Xbox, a new game drops, you're not able to get the new console for whichever reason. Reasons are always going to be personal to you. I'm not going to say, oh, you should get this. No, look, whenever you can get it, you can get it. It's everybody's to each their own. But the fact that he's able to rock with me, have a very minimal issue, is able to compete, and is enjoying the time that he's playing with it, to the point to where now he's like actively, he's not even thinking about, oh, I need to get another console, get a new console. I mean, of course he does, but he's able to play and enjoy the experience in such a form that I personally didn't think was quite possible yet. And to be able to see that bodes well for the future of what Microsoft is trying to do. So how I want to tie that into the whole Blizzard thing with Proletariat and Spellbreak, well, because they've actually are not going to be working on Spellbreak anymore. Spellbreak is going to cease to exist. Unfortunately or fortunately, for those who are into Spellbreak, I enjoyed my time with it in the beginning. It didn't hold well for me as a battle royale game. I liked the match. I liked what they were going for. So apparently, so this team has talent. And like I've heard you mention before, Pong, obviously, for you to give up an entire game that I could tell there was some passion put into, there was an offer that could not be refused. And Blizzard is known as more on the PC side of things than anything else. Reason I bring that up along with the cloud is because keyboard and mouse support is also going to become new. Well, it is available now.
Yeah, we talked about it last week.
So yeah, we did talk about that last week. But it's also going to be available to the cloud, come into the whether that's just through the stick or however you end up implementing that. What this is going to do for the future of PC gaming and also cloud gaming, just overall, with these types of deals don't get cut for no reason. Obviously, there's something else getting worked in behind the scenes. Who knows? They could be bringing them in to work on WoW.
That's what they said. They said they are going to work on WoW.
So why are you bringing more people to work in WoW? What are you doing? You heard some rumors. WoW could be coming to console. Heard some, what if WoW becomes cloud capable? Or you can play WoW just on the go. Wherever you are, on your phone, on a tablet, whatever, TV, in a hotel. What are the real plays that are being made? There's something else going on behind the scenes. And of course, Microsoft can't make these moves right now because they're tied up with acquiring Activision. But you know who can still act on their own until the deal goes through? Activision Blizzard. But it'd be crazy to think that there wasn't an influence from the top, from Microsoft themselves. Say, hey, what you think about that team over there? Hey, we had those conversations in the boardroom meeting, we were talking about, bringing WoW to console, and guys know what they're doing over here. Hey, here's a little money under the table. Go acquire them. Okay, can you go fold them in? Say, go make them an offer. See what they say. They left the whole game behind. Well, not yet. They're leaving an entire game behind. Whether it's successful or not, it's going to be completely up to you. That's a different conversation to have. That's going to be a personal preference. But as a dev, I just think it would be crazy for you and your 100-man team to just pick up and move unless that type of deal was struck. The potential of cloud gaming is literally limitless. The age of accessibility is rearing its head. Now, it's not an ugly head, so I think it's a beautiful head. More and more on a daily basis. I mean, again, just using that example of being able to play a game through the cloud natively, well, natively. Well, through your older consoles, it's one feat in itself. But then when you're folding teams into a studio, into Activision Blizzard, and they're working on a game that is WoW is a world-renowned game.
Oh, well, yeah.
There's no denying that. So I at least personally believe that there is a move being made to not only bring WoW to consoles, but also have it be cloud capable. And I think that is part of the reason why they went to that team and got them folded in, so that they can more so streamline that process and bring more expertise in as far as game development goes. Especially with Activision Blizzard running talent off, because look, at this point, nobody wants to actively work for Activision Blizzard. Is what I'm more so on the lines of, hey, we buy you, you're gonna come work for us. You know what I mean? And I mean, sometimes that's business. You got to get to that point. Whether that's going to be successful or not, we'll find out. But what do you think about this whole thing, Pong? Like, is the Blizzard acquisition of Proletariat and them getting to shut that game down after about a year, do you think that is going to end up having an effect on cloud gaming? Do you think that that's kind of the angle that they're taking it, where since they are going to be working on World of Warcraft, that it isn't just a console thing like we thought previously? There's more to the conversation to be had. Or is it just maybe they just needed more people to help flush out World of Warcraft? Maybe they're doing some big rematch to the game. Who knows? What do you think is going on with this? Does this tie into the cloud at all? Or am I just like off base?
Nah, I like your speculation town. You're never off base, because we can always visit speculation town still. So I think that short term, this was to fill talent gap. Okay. I think that Activision Blizzard has been bleeding talent for the past at least 3 years at this point. And I think that, again, we just talked about it with 343 and Halo Infinite. Talent, the labor force within the development community has shortages everywhere. The talent, I mean, again, there's more people working in this industry, but as far as free agents go, as far as people you just pick up off the street, look, they're scraping right now. Every company is looking, because the goals for this industry have increased so many times over now, and so much content is being produced. You can't find talented devs to work on a lot of these games. And with Activision Blizzard bleeding people for the past at least 3 years, and what you were just talking about, people not wanting to go work for the company, although obviously with the light at the end of the tunnel with the possible acquisition, I think that's going to improve. Right now, they've got a lot of gaps, and they can't simply just go find people to work for them normally. So what do? You go buy a company, right? You bring in 100 people from a different company and say, yeah, guess what? We're going to make an offer you can't refuse, and you're going to come work on WoW for us. But long-term, Steel, yeah, a lot of this talent that has expertise with consoles and all that kind of stuff could be used down the road if they decide to go the route and bring WoW to consoles finally after all this time, which I do think is a possibility. Now, whether that is they actually port WoW as it stands right now, or whether Blizzard has the bigger ambition that once this acquisition is through, once they're underneath Xbox, that they've already laid out the roadmap to Phil and his team, and that the long rumored, obviously, World of Warcraft 2 finally gets put back on the table, and that World of Warcraft 2 is built from the ground up with consoles in mind to go ahead and expand the fan base even further. Hopefully bringing back a lot of that old fan base. They're dropping that new DLC, which a lot of the old fans were excited about. Maybe they'll get some of the fan base back, but they've been bleeding consumers left and right. WoW's outdated. I mean, let's just face it. I mean, it's a juggernaut still to this day, but it's past its prime. It's long in the tooth. And so they got to freshen it up, right? They're going to have to do something. And I think World of Warcraft 2 was proposed a long time ago. Activision probably shot it down just because of simple cost, time, resources that are needed to put into that. But once they're underneath Xbox, once they're underneath Microsoft's umbrella, we already know how this is going to go. all those games that have been shelved are going to be greenlit. A lot of them are going to be greenlit. That's why we all believe that StarCraft is only a matter of time before that gets announced coming back again. That's what an acquisition like this does for a company absolutely down and out in Activision Blizzard. Not down and out from a financial standpoint per se, although there was some issues there, but obviously we know all the problems. I mean, again, publicly, Activision Blizzard is like, yo, that's a disease you just don't want to go by, right? That's that. So once this acquisition goes through and they clean house and they've they brighten everything up. They change all the curtains, they change out the carpeting, they rebuild some walls that have been crumbling down around them, and they get that place back rocking and rolling again. Yeah, that's why Xbox wants this deal so bad, right? They want Call of Duty, of course, that's huge. But no, it's the PC side of things and mobile, obviously with King, but it's the PC side of things. Xbox has made that clear. They are all in on the PC side. They want to expand their market share on PC. And how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to go grab one of the biggest names in PC gaming still to this day in Blizzard. Again, has it been dulled? Yeah. Is the Blizzard name the same as it used to be? No, it's not. But does Xbox believe they can rebuild that team, rebuild that side of things? Absolutely, they do. And I think a lot of people within Blizzard are just waiting for that acquisition to go through to throw open the curtains, let the sunshine in, and say, look, it's a new day, folks. Everything that's happened has happened. We are cleaning out, but we are going to restart and retake the crown back of the PC world. And we're going to do a lot of things differently. And bringing in a team like Proletariat, bringing in 100 new faces instantaneously, not now, some of those people might decide to leave or whatever the case may be. That's going to happen. But they're going to bring this influx of talent into Blizzard that have been outside, that have kind of done their own thing. So that's fresh faces. That's fresh blood. That's new life being brought in. They might see things totally different as they start to work on WoW. They might have great ideas for future DLC. Or, like you said, Steel, if they go the route of bringing it to console, they might say, hey, we got this. We know how to do some of this stuff already. Let's start getting down to work. Or World of Warcraft 2 internally has already started. They started, doing the storyboarding and started thinking about the processes that they need to put in place for this. Yeah, that team is going to bring some new ideas, right? And so maybe a totally different work ethic. Who knows what they saw over in Proletariat? But obviously, it's a team that is now experienced. They put out a game in Spellbrick, which maybe didn't hit the way that team hoped it did, but it was around. Like you said, Steel, you tried it.
Yeah.
I think I tried it out when it first dropped. I think the beta or whatever else on Xbox. I tried it out for a minute. Thought it was pretty cool. It was a decent game, whatever else. But now that team comes in and says, you know what, let's take one of the established franchise. Let's help you out with this. Let's get some fresh ideas in here. So yeah, no, great thinking on your part down the road, Steel. Speculation town. Maybe they are ramping up for something bigger. Maybe they, again, what we've seen is that they've announced a new game too, right? They announced that new survival game that they're going to come out with to try to entice people to come work over there. So they're moving. They're not staying stagnant over at Blizzard. It seems like ever since Xbox announced things, we've been hearing more stuff out of Activision Blizzard as a whole. And I think that's kind of given them some hope here, a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. And I think that that's exactly what's happening here. So whether or not Xbox actually influenced this purchase, well, technically by law, they're not supposed to. So we'll just say that they didn't, that this was just Blizzard going out on their own.
Oh, it was. Oh.
But do you think that Xbox would be against a deal like that? Nope. More talented people coming in. The Activision Blizzard is gigantic. They're going to more than double Xbox when they get on board, right? Xbox is somewhere around 8,000, 9,000 people right now total after the ZeniMax deal. Again, Activision Blizzard is over 10,000. So to bring some more talent in like that, heck yeah, Xbox is all about that. I'm sure Phil's smiling, from ear to ear, right? That they got more talent that's going to eventually be underneath Xbox. That just means more great content for us at the end of the day. So yeah, man, great move by Blizzard to go do this and secure some more people. So I'm all about it.
100%. Real quick, 3-bit threw something in the in our DMs in the background regarding the ZeniMax Online Studios new IP. It's a sci-fi game that needed a new engine due to the amount of verticality they wanted for their city of the future. Think the fifth element with flying cars. They were doing something with parkour. Random information to put out there. Looks like that original post came from Mark, known as @MacoS380 on Twitter. I don't know what relation he has to ZeniMax or anything like that. And it was reposted by Premier222 at GoGoRad222 on Twitter. This ZeniMax Online Studio IP, man, it's seemingly
sounds
doing
like
a lot.
It sounds like it could look. There's a couple different ways here. We know that if Starfield hits, there's going to be a Starfield Online at some point. It would make sense, right? I'm already saying. So this could be the open. This could be maybe they're going to have it ready sooner than later and just come out with Starfield, and then a year later we get online. Or this could be the rumored Star Wars game that ZeniMax secured as well. Because the verticality, like
everybody forgets that there's a whole other level to Star Wars that
right. I mean, all you gotta do is go back to the prequels and look at the city scenes, the cityscapes. Obviously,
that's exactly what's being described here. This element with flying cars.
Yes. So
come on.
Maybe we get a Star Wars Online from or Star Wars MMO from ZeniMax Online Studios, or maybe they're not going to do an MMO this time. Maybe it'll have multiplayer aspects, but it'll be a more controlled kind of world, and they're going to go with a little bit smaller experience this time. Who knows? I'm excited though. Anything that ZeniMax Online Studios is working on, I'm excited for. So that's kind of cool. I love it, man. Sci-fi. We talk about the horror genre finally eating good. Look, finally. We've had a lot of sci-fi games, but again, the technology behind that goes into a sci-fi game just has not been there, especially on the console side of things. Now you're starting to hear about more sci-fi. Why? And even some sci-fi horror. Speaking of, because the consoles are finally at a point where they can start realizing the visions of a sci-fi game, because sci-fi is much more complex than high fantasy. I will always state that, especially when you're trying to make it into a playable format, a playable form of entertainment. Sci-fi is much more complex than trying to do high fantasy. So I think that's why we're starting to hear about more sci-fi games. So I'm all about it. Sci-fi next to high fantasy is my second favorite genre. So let's go. Let's do it.
100%. And then we're having a conversation about favorite Halo games and favorite Halo experiences and everything.
I saw that.
Again, Splin, I'm definitely going to have to go along. My favorite Halo game is going to be Halo 2. Just the dynamic between Chief and the Arbiter was something I thought that was extremely unique, along with the brutes and everything that they introduced. Just gave a whole different perspective on Halo overall. Also with the Grave Mind, that's when we really get the impact of towards the end of the game. Spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't played Halo 2. But that's when we also start getting the start of the decline of Cortana, which is why I think why people like myself, 3-Bit, Umbra, might favor Halo 4, because from 2 to 4, it was a build-up of that relationship between Chief and Cortana, that Cortana had been exposed to the Grave Mind, and the Grave Mind basically caused Cortana's rampancy to come sooner than it probably would have otherwise. She was exposed to a lot of different information that typically as an AI, you probably shouldn't have. And the Grave Mind is supposed to be a being that hosts knowledge from the beginning of existence. When you give an AI that much information, the AI is only supposed to have 7 years of a lifespan. And also, don't get it twisted, the Grave Mind was also trying to corrupt Cortana. And I still think that he may have been successful in doing some of those things. So I think when you get into Halo 3 and into Halo 4 and you see that decline of Cortana, where it's like, I agree with you, Splin, she was tripping. She was bugging. But when you saw that dynamic between, I know a lot of people are like, oh, why'd you make Chief all emotional all of a sudden? It was like, but that's why I can't give too much flack to 343 also, because they were also the first ones to really bring that emotional element out of the character and make you feel like, damn, well, this relationship is more than that. It's not about, Chief likes some computer girl. No, it's deeper than that. And maybe you wouldn't understand that if you weren't really like in the books, or because again, as an avid Halo fan, it's kind of hard to come from a certain perspective, because I do have the book experience. And when you have that kind of in the back of your head, you take other things into consideration that maybe haven't been put into the games as much as I would like. Especially like, I don't know, I don't get why they haven't, but I can understand why that kind of throws you off. But I agree. Halo Reach was also a very emotionally charged game. I thought they really hit something unique with being able to introduce new characters and make you care about them within one game. One game. And by the end of that game, your main character, because that focus of the game was you as Noble Six. And the way that you felt about when you got to the end of the game, and the way to make you felt about your Spartan as Noble Six and the rest of the team around you leading up to those events, the planet getting glassed, to Reach getting glassed, I think are definitely some of the greatest moments. 3-Bit says, yeah, the theme of Cortana, the AI being more human than Chief, a human, stood with me for sure. Exactly. Again, Chief was literally raised to be a weapon. The only other mother that he really knows is Halsey, and Cortana was really the only other relationship outside of his own blue team that he had a connection to. So that's why I was emotional, at least for me. But nothing against. I love all the Halos equally. I don't say, the 3 were better than 4 and 5 or 4. No, I don't. I love them all equally. I love Halo overall. I think we've had an excellent episode today thus far, man. We got through quite a few topics there. Yeah. What was there?
Got one more
that you want to get into?
Yeah, we gotta get to the big one still, because the journalists seem to be ignoring this because it's actually positive news. And I think it's a bigger deal than people are giving it credit for. If you don't take that satellite RTS view and kind of pull back from things. So this week, the Communication Workers of America, the CWA union,
yep.
they sent a letter of support for the Activision Blizzard Xbox acquisition. They are the biggest union that has to deal with, communication workers, right? That's their title, Communication Workers of America. So they're a union that represents people across tech industries, across all communications. But they were one of the people that one of the groups initially that were raising concerns about the labor force. Now, again, as the rules are written, as the law is written right now, when it comes to acquisitions and when it comes to the FTC or the DOJ looking into deals, it's all supposed to be based on consumer. And so again, I said from the get-go, no matter what, even if the FTC said, nope, we're not going to allow this to go through, and Microsoft took them to court, I thought that Microsoft would win. And again, I'm a nobody, but Hogue Law agreed. He put out a lot of videos on this, and he's a mergers and acquisitions attorney, that if they were going to base their findings on the labor side of things, that this was never going to fly. But we had politicians grandstanding over this issue, all this stuff early on when the acquisition was announced. But behind the scenes, as has been through this whole deal, as Steele and I have talked about here, as you've heard about on a lot of shows, what we knew was happening and why Microsoft was so confident was they were going to dispel a lot of these problems. And Microsoft already started signaling that they were okay with the unionization. Well, they got together with the CWA, and they agreed to a neutrality stance when it came to unions, so that if any of their workers from any of their divisions decided to unionize, and the tech industry, let me remind everybody, the tech industry has been highly resistant to unionization. We just saw a battle with Amazon, go down a few months ago over unions. They have been highly resistant to this happening. Now Microsoft is saying, nope, we're going to take a neutral stance. And they agreed with the CWA to do this. And so the CWA sent a letter to the FTC saying, we are in favor of this acquisition going through. This is a huge, monumental shift right here, Steele. This is something big that's going to have ramifications, not just for Microsoft, but the tech industry overall, because Microsoft being probably the largest software company in the world, as one of the biggest corporations overall in the world, as almost $2 trillion company as of this moment, market cap wise, for them to come out in 2022 and take this stance. This is something I never would have thought of even 5 years ago had you told me Microsoft was going to do this. The Microsoft of the 80s and 90s? Ha ha ha, hell no. They would never have taken this stance. So for them to be taking the lead in this new kind of this new world, okay, where they look at the future, they look at the crystal ball, and they see where things are going. And this can change. Again, the FTC is based upon whoever currently in power in the White House, okay? So a lot of this is politicized, and we know that already. That's why you had some people like Senator Warren and stuff coming out saying that they were against this. They want to take a look at it. Grandstanding, as it's called, because it's a political issue. And the FTC was taking a political stance on this because they were going against how the law was written. Okay, so this can all change down the road. But if Microsoft is realistic and they're looking through the crystal ball and they see where society is going, unions are once again are all the rage. Okay, and we've heard about all the journalists out here. All the journalists, Jason Schreier, the IGN, Kotaku's, they've all talked about how the devs are taking advantage of crunch and all this kind of stuff. And we saw them come out and write article after article about Activision Blizzard, because Activision Blizzard, when Raven Software, the QA testers, decided to try to unionize, the Activision Blizzard went out and got a union busting law firm to represent them. And all the articles were written about how horrible this is. Well, all of a sudden, Microsoft takes a new stance and says, nope, we see the future. We understand that some of our workers may want to unionize. And we're saying to the biggest union out there in the CWA, we're saying to them, look, we're going to take a neutral stance. We're not going to try to fight it if it comes down that some of our workers want to unionize. That's a huge paradigm shift for one of the biggest companies in the world to take. And it's going to affect not just this deal, right? But it's also going to affect a lot of other companies in future dealings because the blueprint has now been laid out. And so I can guarantee you behind the scenes, the Apples, the Googles, the Amazons are extremely upset at Microsoft right now for taking this stance, because it puts them in the position where anytime they want to do a big deal like this, let's say Apple decides to jump into the gaming world full force, and they start buying up publishers, and let's say they go after an EA or Ubisoft or whatever the case may be, Microsoft has now set the guidelines. They've now set the ground rules for an acquisition of that size to go through. So this is a huge deal. And who's silent? Barely any articles written about this deal this week. We actually got the news from the Hollywood Reporter, of all places, was the journalistic site to break this news. So once again, this goes back to what is the perceived bias in journalism, especially the video game world, against Microsoft and against Xbox, because they wrote all these articles about all the horribleness that's going on. But when something good happens and Microsoft does something that's out of the norm for a company like this involved in this industry, there's barely any articles to be found. There's nothing being written. So they can go ahead and tear down companies, and they can tear down Microsoft and Xbox whenever they do anything that the journalists feel is bad, but they can't go ahead and do the opposite when they do something good and give them some praise for what is deserved here. Because again, this is completely different from anything that we've seen in the past from some of these companies, right? So this was a huge move. So let's just talk about the acquisition. What this means for the acquisition. Again, as the FTC had laid out, they were going to look at the labor side of things, not just the consumer side of things, but they were going to look at how this acquisition may bottleneck the labor side of things, and how Microsoft and Xbox may be taking up too much of the labor force from the video game industry, which is insane to begin with because the labor force is so gigantic. But they were going to look at that and see if this was going to cause problems for the developers trying to find work out there, and if this may, stagnate or come into play when it comes to salaries and all that kind of stuff from the labor force side of things. Well, guess what? One of those the biggest union that's involved in this, that was behind some of that pushback as well, has said, nope, we're for this. This is a huge block, one of the roadblocks that may have come up in this acquisition is now torn down completely. It's been blown up because now the CWA says, no, this is good for our workers. This is good for the developers. This acquisition is favorable when it comes to the labor force. This is huge, Steel. Again, if you just want to focus on the acquisition itself, it's gigantic. And I think that it moves the acquisition forward. And I think that they potentially could mean that the thing that we speculated on, which this deal getting done by the end of the year in 2022, is now more real than ever before. And I think this was part of Microsoft's plan. I think that's why Satya said, nope, we're not going to have to give up anything. Well, no, Satya, you're not going to have to give up anything. You're not going to have to give any concessions to the FTC because you guys are voluntarily doing this all up front to get this deal to go through. That's how important this deal is to Microsoft and Xbox. So I think this was a major, major move on their part to get this done. And this letter is definitely going to push this deal forward. But also the future, when it comes to the tech industry, this now opens the door, not just at Microsoft and Xbox, but this opens the door for a lot of these developers to start thinking about unionizing if that's what they want to do. And I think that a lot of companies out there, especially the big ones, are going to have a lot of problems in trying to deny that unionization. They're going to look very bad. They're even more so than normal when you've got somebody like Microsoft taking the lead on this and saying, nope, even as big as we are, even with all of our history that we've had in the past, nah, we're cool now. 2022, new world. We're going to go ahead and start allowing this stuff to happen. That makes things much more difficult for the Amazons, the Googles, and Apples of the world to try to fight this going forward. So, Steel, when you saw this news, first of all, just take it as the acquisition, the Activision Blizzard acquisition. Of course, this is the big thing that everybody's been talking about now since the beginning of the year when it was announced. They came out and said it wasn't going to hit. They said it would hit by the end of fiscal year 2023, which of course we all know now ends June 2023. That's the end of the fiscal year. So they gave themselves a huge block because this is a gigantic deal. And it's not just the FTC. They've got the EU that they've got to go through. They've got a couple other smaller ones that they've got to go through this process with, but they've already started all that. But for you, Steel, with the acquisition, the CWA coming out, sending this letter to the FTC saying, hey, we might have had some concerns in the beginning, but Microsoft has eased all those concerns. We now have an agreement. They actually even said in that letter, we look forward to working with Microsoft in the future. It's a big deal, Steel. What do you think, brother?
No, I mean, I think it kind of just leads into the conversation we've always been having about this. Like, the more and more that comes out and works in the favor of this Activision Blizzard deal going through, and honestly, people say it's oh, this is a power move and a monopoly and everything else. And I still think that conversation is still off base. So it's like the more things that come out that get thrown at this and prove that it's actually going to be a benefit to, only leaves more credence that this deal just made sense. To get something like this, to get even more backing, I mean, again, at least starts to leave more credence that the deal is probably going to end up getting done way before next summer. I mean, again, what else are you going to do to hold it off other than intentionally hold it off to then for Microsoft to take you to court and you spend money on something that you're not going to win? You literally have nothing to fight against this. You have you have nothing to stand on. You have no information that's going to vote against this. You're having more and more people come out, like in this example, the CWA to come out and say, look, 42, you literally have nothing to go against this. So why would the deal take that long at that point? And if they are able to get the deal to close, again, shout out to King, I believe it was King David. I could be wrong in that. Happy birthday to King, by the way. Shout out to the young god himself. But
yeah, happy birthday, King.
I can't recall if it was him that said it, but I think he's still on the board a summer. So
no, he said he said he thinks it's going to be right before Black Friday,
okay,
which was my thinking
too.
That's what I was. Sometime in that area. Boom is on the end of summer train. A couple other people are on the end, but yeah, King was right. Yeah, King was more towards the end of the year,
That's what,
but he thought pre-holiday, pre-holiday buying time, right? That the huge that would be the mark that they really want to try to hit. So
okay, I wanted to make sure I had that right because I was going to say I believe it was him to say I don't like misquoting people. So if that's the case and it does get done by before Black Friday, before the holidays really hit, this is going to have a wave of change happen throughout the industry because it's going to allow Microsoft to put things in place a lot sooner than having to wait almost another half a year to start implementing. Now, regardless, whenever it gets put in place, whether end of this year, whether it's middle of next year, I don't think it's necessarily going to matter because next year is already going to be wild. It's going to be a wild ride next year. As long as we don't run into any other world-renowned issues, nothing gets leaked out of a lab, symbiotes don't come from outer space and all of a sudden take over people. Thanos doesn't come all of a sudden to find all the Infinity Stones. If nothing like that happens, we're gonna have a crazy gamer year. And to have the deal close in that same year, I think is going to end up being a historic moment possibly for Xbox as a brand, especially now being considered as a pillar to what Microsoft currently. It's a really unique thing to think about, a really interesting thing to think about for sure. And again, I think at this point, nobody else can come against it and say, oh, Microsoft just being greedy. There's literally nothing anybody can say now, and it just gets me excited for the future because more people are seeing the vision, more people are seeing that Microsoft is kind of being that leader as far as being more consumer friendly, whether you want to consider them that or not. But they are the ones that are leading the charge in accessibility where no other platform.
And it's extending to their workers as well.
So. And then it extended to the workers. I mean, again, Microsoft has also been listed again as one of the top 10 places to work at. So it's like these things go hand in hand with each other. And the more this kind of positive news gets out there, I think it's going to bode better for Microsoft because whether you like it or not, I know that Microsoft can do some shady things, whether we realize it or not.
Oh yeah, no, they've been bullies, man. They're bullies.
I don't think they're in the top 10 of best places to work because they've been nice. No, they've just been doing it in their own way. But they have been integral to diversity, to making sure they always feel valued and.
Big philosophy changes.
Exactly.
Big internal philosophy changes.
These are things that I have always kind of held at heart that matter because if you take care of your employees, everything else will fall in line, right? Because at that point you're setting a standard. And if people don't meet that standard, then the people around you are going to look at you and be like, "Hey, why aren't you meeting this standard? Hey, we do things this way for a reason. No, you're not about to bring this hate and negativity and BS and sexualist, sexist BS or whatever the case in here. No, everybody's held accountable. You either meet this standard or you get out the door because this is the way that we're trying to go. Now, hopefully they continue to use that for good, but this bodes well for the deal for the future. And I do think it's going to lead more towards the deal getting done possibly by the end of the year. I think it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at some point it comes down to now, if the biggest union, which is again the labor side of things, is coming out and saying this is good for our workers, or workers in general, not even their workers, because again, the Raven software team, the QA team, is the only one that's come out and tried to and has voted for unionization. But for them to come out and say this at some point, then the FTC holding off this deal, because again, people forget the FTC doesn't actually come out and say we approve this deal.
Right.
They come out and say either we're not going to object to this acquisition, or they say we object. We're not going to allow this deal to go through, and let's go to court. That's the only thing they do. So it's not like they actually officially sign off, because 5 years from now they can revisit the deal and say that there's problems and try to break them up. So again, it's an open-ended agreement. It's just we're not going to block it at this point. we're going to allow it to go through. It's not an actual approval like, hey, sign off. That's it. We that's not how the FTC and DOJ work.
Right.
So that's one of the parts about this. At some point now, the FTC, if they continue to drag their feet on this deal, and again, this deal is one of the largest in history. Okay, this is the largest for Microsoft in their history. Period. Not even just Xbox.
Yeah, just period.
So this is one of the biggest tech moves in history, right? From the tech industry side of things. So if the FTC continues to drag their feet on this on purpose just because they don't like the idea anymore or because they want to politicize it, well, at what point do the workers start saying, well, what are you guys doing? Now you're holding back something that is going to be good for us, and you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, even though you're supposed to be only thinking about the consumers. You said you were going to make this about the labor side of things. Well, now you're hurting our opportunities by dragging your feet and not allowing this deal to go through so Microsoft can come in and finish cleaning up the house, get rid of the head of the cancer, Bobby Kotick, because the sooner this deal gets done, the faster he's out of there, and Xbox can get down and dirty with those teams and really start fixing all the problems that have been happening over these past years and really trying to change the culture. Even though Activision Blizzard is supposedly doing it internally, Microsoft has their own idea of what's going to need to be done. I'm sure they got their own list of people they're already looking at. They're really going to want to talk to the people as part of their own company and say, hey, what's really going on? And if there's some more problems or if there's some more people that need to be have their desks cleaned out. Well, Microsoft and Xbox want to get down and dirty with that and finally get it done. And that's way the people that are there experiencing these issues or having had those experiences in the past are looking forward to. And so at some point, the FTC dragging their feet is just going to be like, hey, now you're doing the opposite. Now you're the ones you're not doing us any good by dragging your feet, right? So at some point, that's where it kind of shifts over. And that's why I think that at this point, that's why you haven't heard any more grandstanding. That's why everything's been all silent. That's why you heard Brad Smith, I believe it is, the lead attorney for Microsoft. He's got a title with Microsoft as well, came out and said, hey, this deal is going as smooth as we can expect and as fast as we can expect from a deal this size. I think that's why the confidence has always been on their side. And I think that that's why we could see an announcement this fall coming into the winter months that, the FTC is going to allow it to go through. And then we just got to wait on the EU and a couple of the smaller places around the world that also have to approve it. But normally the EU is the stickier point. They are the tougher group to get by. They have different rules over there. They have different things that they look at over there. But more likely than not, as normal, they do follow along with the FTC, especially when it comes to an American company like Microsoft. They will follow along and kind of use the FTC as a guideline and say, okay, we're going to allow this to go through. But I would expect that to happen by the end of the year. But again, just very strange, Steel, that we're not seeing articles written all over the place about how big a deal this is and about what a great move this was from Microsoft. Yeah, I know, man, but it's still crazy, man. It's still crazy that, Jason Schreier, who had all the issues in the world about this when it first was announced, and he said, hey, if I was somebody, I'd be talking to some people in government about this deal. Now Microsoft does something good, and we don't have an article over at Bloomberg praising Microsoft for taking the lead in this kind of new way of doing business in the tech industry when all they've done is complain how bad the tech industry is for the workers. Now Microsoft, one of the biggest companies out there, is taking a whole new stance on it, a positive one for the workers, and there's just no articles to be found. It's kind of goofy, man. It's really goofy.
Yeah, no, it's definitely mad crazy, man. I mean, again, that's the way it works, man. If it's not smoke, if it's not drama filled, they're not going to do it. Fortunately. And
yeah, thanks Tim, VP of legal. Yeah, vice president of legal for is Brad Smith. Yes.
And I definitely don't understand that. I don't get why. I mean, I get it. I mean, you're going to want to do things that are going to more so drive clicks. Positive news isn't going to drive clicks, unless it's about a certain platform that is currently number 7 in brand recognition.
Yeah.
So
correct.
Hey, again, I mean, the bias is there. Whether people want to see it or not, it's completely up to them. Again, Xbox is always going to be kind of looked at as the little brother of the gaming industry, which is. So, I don't know, man. It's just it's definitely up to the. It's It's definitely up to the community. It's up to us as the gamers to continuously stand on our square, and it's up to Microsoft to continue to let the people know that, again, like you stated earlier, this is their biggest deal of Microsoft's history. So to me, it's like, what else do they need to do to prove the point that they care about the industry? That it's just like you can't paint any clearer of a picture.
Correct.
There's no 4K glasses. There's no 8K glasses. There's literally nothing else that you could do except put your head in the dirt.
No, and they're obviously doing it for business purposes. They're doing it to obviously to make money for the company. Again, that's capitalism. So is there the ulterior motive of, yes, this is going to be the best deal ever for them and their company? At least that's what they believe. Of course, it's going to be good for their shareholders. People are going to make money off this deal. Absolutely, of course. But that's how capitalism works. But if a company is willing to be forthcoming and do good things in the process of making a deal that, yes, is going to be beneficial from a business money bottom line standpoint, that should be also praised, not looked at sideways like, well, they're just doing it because they want this deal to go through. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, is it still going to benefit the people that work for them and work for that company, specifically in Activision Blizzard? Yeah, it is. It's beneficial to them as well. So a company like Microsoft making that move, making these types of moves and being the good guy, yes, to get the deal to go through, but still it's obviously an internal philosophy that they have proved that they want to get out there. They've done other things as well internally to say, hey, we now have this different outlook on our workers, on the industry. That should be praised as well. Just because it's going to make them money, it should not taint what they are doing, right? It should not dull the bright light that it is what they're the new moves that they're making to make their workplace a better place for everybody involved. That should also get their flowers for. They should get the flowers for that as well. So
yeah, they definitely should. But will they? I guess it's debatable as we keep moving into the future. At some point, it's just going to be undeniable. Like, it's going to become even more blatant, obvious. If you're not going to do good news work, not going to do good journalism. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I also think that was actually a beautiful way to turn down, well, not turn down, but tune down on the end of the show here as we get ramped back into the This Day in Gaming section. So we can lead you guys to victory here. I do want to say, for those who are still tuning in live, hit that like button, share us out, leave a comment down below. Let us know, should Microsoft be judged for doing good things? No, of course, I'll put another comment down below, another question. I'm gonna come up with something here in a bit, get towards the end of the show here. But we do want to get into our This Day in Gaming section here, so we can
make me feel old and part of the chat.
Yeah, make everybody feel old today. But no, the This Day in Gaming section again is where we go 30 years at max back in gaming history. So it'll be today, July the 2nd, that we'll be going back. So hopefully you guys are buckled up. All right. So starting on again today, July 2nd, we're starting in 1998, 24 years ago. And we're starting off with this is actually, I guess this could arcade games releasing Breaker's Revenge. I guess that just means like as far as like,
yeah, in the arcade. Yeah,
interesting. That's the first time we've got one of those
that I can remember. Yeah, you're right.
That's kind of cool. Then also we got on PlayStation, we got Soul Divide in Japan. Then in 2002, PlayStation released Delta Force Urban Warfare.
Great movie. Chuck Norris at his finest right there. Delta Force, man. My childhood, baby. Yeah, let's go. I don't know about the game, though. I don't know about that game.
Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released Athens 2004. The game.
Yeah, I would have to assume that's the Olympics game. Yes.
Then in PC released a Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of Chaos, GoW the Passion.
Who the hell was Joey? What did he have passion for?
Joey's one of the duelists. One
okay
main side characters of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
I just got his own game. Okay.
And he had the passion. I want to know what the passion.
He had plenty of passion. He definitely had plenty of passion with lost, but a lot, but he had some passion.
He lost a lot.
He had some good fights, but some good duels, but was the winner.
Okay. All right.
But he was definitely passionate while he was dueling. So
okay. All right.
Then in 2007, PSP released Hot Wheels Ultimate Racing. I don't think. Then in 2008, Xbox 360 released Soul Calibur. Was that really the
fighting game
first Soul Calibur?
2008.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit before that.
No.
Wow.
Soul Calibur is relatively recent versus a lot of the fighting franchises.
That's crazy because Soul Calibur is like it's a staple now. Like one of those. It's one of those fighting games that people automatically get excited for. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought it was anyway. I thought it was like a PS2 or something. There's OG Xbox. Damn. Then in 2008, the DS released Trauma Center Under the Night. Okay. Maybe you want to, do simulation
surgery. Yep.
Then in 2009, PC released Trine or Trine. Well, I guess depending on how that's. And then the PSP release.
Trine. You missed. Yeah, it's Trine. Yeah, okay, Trine is a great game. It's got they got 3 or 4 out now of the Trine series. So cool little side scrolling action game. You got spellcasters. You got all sorts of cool little fantasy kind of game. It's awesome. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, bet. Then also in 2009, the PSP released Hatsune Miku Project Diva in Japan.
Okay. A lot of fans of that series. It's a rhythm game.
Oh, we have our conversation. Rhythm.
Yeah.
Then in 2014, iOS released Civilization Revolution 2. Okay.
You missed one in there.
Did I?
Missed 2013.
Oh, excuse me. 2013, PlayStation 3 released The Walking Dead 400 Days. Appreciate it.
Crazy how long The Walking Dead's been around too.
Yeah, The Walking Dead has. I mean, I stopped watching it after season 3. I'm completely clueless.
First season, second season, maybe. Yeah, but it's crazy how long it's been around.
Yeah,
it's really insane.
It's had its thing. All right, then again going to 2014. I'm gonna skip over that iOS game. Then 3DS release Gotcha Racing.
Gotcha.
Why not?
In Japan.
Why not? It released in Japan. That makes sense, I guess. Here's another one for some people. Xbox One released in 2014 Guacamelee Super Turbo Championship Edition.
Shout out to Drinkbox. Great dev studio, by the way.
Then 2014, PlayStation Vita released the Ratchet and Clank and the Ratchet and Clank collection. Why couldn't you just make Ratchet and Clank part of the collection?
I don't know.
Maybe they released it at separate times.
They want to get those sales, baby.
Well, that's not nothing new.
Well, no, because I think Ratchet and Clank was that the remake that they launched on the Vita, and then they had the old ones in the Ratchet collection. Yeah.
That might have been the case.
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Then PC released Sunrider Mask of Arcadius.
Nothing.
All right. Then in 2015, iOS released iPhone. Pixel. After that.
Yep.
Then PlayStation 3 released PlayStation 3 and the Vita released Aegis of Earth, Proto Novus Assault in Japan. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, Aegis of Earth is cool. It's like a tower defense game mixed with RPG and a really decent narrative. A lot of people like that guy. I played it on. What did I play it on? Did I play it on Vita? I think I played it on Vita. I'm pretty sure. Through PSTV, actually. I put it on the big screen. But yeah, no, interesting little title. You got to fight off kaiju and stuff, attacking the city. But it's a if I remember correctly, anybody in the chat remembers, but it's a 360 view almost, Steel. So you got to protect all sides of the city, like as the kaiju come in. So you got to make sure you have your defenses set up all over. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Then in 2019, PC and PlayStation 4 released Final Fantasy 14 Shadowbringers.
That was when it really started taking off.
Yeah, they got a really lot of traction.
Yep.
A lot of traction. Yep. Shout out to that. Shout out to Final Fantasy never coming to Xbox. 14 never coming to Xbox.
I don't know how I feel about that. Phil promised on stage, and one of Phil's many promises that people bring back up again.
Yeah, and it had to be one of those things that probably fell through. Something had to happen between Square and
it's on Square's side. There was problems back then on Microsoft's side, which is a fair point to bring up because of their updating system and how they update, and it has to go through the certification process. That was an issue for that team and how they do their updates. So there was a problem there. That's now been wiped out. So again, now it's on the other side again. So
who knows?
Yeah.
Then in 2019, Nintendo Switch released Red Faction Guerrilla Remastered.
Red Faction. Awesome. I tell anybody when that goes on sale, if you have not played Red Faction, the remastered version is awesome. I've got it downloaded. I pop it in from time to time and play through a little bit of it. Fantastic game. Talk about like Battlefield Evolution, right? We're talking about total destruction here, Steel. Like everything can be destroyed. Yeah, like you're bringing down whole buildings. Like the physics involved in that game was way ahead of its time. Really great game. Still to go back, and the remastered edition is really nice. They did a nice job with it. So, really cool game.
Awesome. That's dope. Yep. Then in 2020, Nintendo Switch released Catherine Full Body.
Yeah. Awesome game. One of the most original games to come out from a puzzler standpoint. Really makes you think. Platforming involved. Really interesting story. Again, if you're into weird, wacky, Eastern flavored type games, Catherine is a great game by Atlas. Absolutely. I got it again. And I've started diving back into it, but talk about like having a mind trip, man, through the entire game. That's Catherine. But really, really a cool experience if you're into those type of games.
So, really quickly. Well, I'll do it after this.
Okay.
2021, PC released Wrestling Empire.
All right. Shout out to Wrestling Empire.
Okay, shout out to Wrestling Empire. That is your This Day in Gaming segment. So shout out to you, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, in case anybody was curious, if you want to be Japanese, you don't have to be born there. You could just play Japanese games and watch anime. And you can identify as as Japanese.
The hell are you talking about now?
With that being said,
where did you come up with that?
That was something somebody said on Twitter.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was an interesting take. So yeah, you know,
again, we can identify as anything now, so why not, right?
When Black Myth Wukong comes out, I'm gonna identify myself as a god, because I'll be playing as a god. And
all right, I'll call you God from now on. Let's go.
Okay, perfect. Just call me Wukong. Just call me Wukong.
Okay.
Just address me by Wukong from this point forward.
I can't believe somebody put that on Twitter, bro. Oh,
that could have been being funny. Who knows?
It could have been. Mental insanity. All right.
I didn't want to throw that out there because I thought that was funny. But that does, again, it seems to be the case. But whatever that may be. But again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to this week's episode of Living Splitscreen, episode 63. Season 2 is just off to a heavy start, man. We're getting to it. A lot of interesting topics, still keeping it. I don't know how we're doing it, man. Again, people say light weeks. You're crazy for having long shows. Look, whether you digest our shows in pieces or whether you get an hour in here, you get an hour in there, you watch it in totality at one time. We definitely appreciate you either way. And again, any comments, any likes, anything that you guys leave on us, whether it's on the audio side or on YouTube, it definitely helps with the algorithms to help put us more out there. Are on the road to 1K. I would definitely love to hit 2K this year. And there was another conversation that I wanted to have about growth and why some people might be struggling with growth. And I'll just quickly break it down to, just depends on how much work you're putting in. Nowadays, you can't just be dependent on Twitter. You can't be just dependent on one ecosystem or one base to try to get you in there. You got to be active on multiple social platforms, Facebook, Reddit, super active on YouTube and people's comments and things like that to start pulling people in. That's how people are going to notice you, right? You got to expose yourself to more people. And if you only keep it to a certain place, then yeah, it's going to be difficult to grow. And that's something that me and Pong are kind of working through now, where it's just, we don't have a whole bunch of time to sit here and really work our way through that. I am going to start doing a little bit to start making those steps that way, because I do believe it is going to help with our growth and everything. At least building up a community, maybe even starting back up on Discord, so we can at least bring some people in. Because again, me and Pong this is the golden age of game, the age of accessibility. We want people to come enjoy us for us, to come enjoy our community for what we stand for, whether that be the opinions, whether that be the energy, whether that be the passion that we put forth, or whether it just be the conversation that we just openly have, and that's non-judgmental and everything else. So that's definitely something we're going to work on here. But other than that, again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on episode 63. You can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain, the T is a 7, everywhere that has a search bar. You can type it right now into Google, and I guarantee you it's going to come up with most of the places you'll be able to find me, whether that be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit in some facets, also YouTube. I don't upload a whole lot of content, any content really, but was for a little bit there, which is also something I need to work on. But other than that, hit me up in the DMs. I'm mostly active on Twitter. Let's talk gaming. Let's chop it up. Or hit me up on Xbox. The game bar is always active on my PC. So just hit me up through there, Steam, whatever the case might be. It's easy to find me. Send me a message. Let's get some gaming in. I'll tell you if I'm caught up, busy, got some people I'm running with, whatever the case may be. I don't mind doing that. With that being said, again, thank you. And Pong, another fantastic episode this week. And 63, man. It's just, as we go through this week by week, forever grateful for not only the energy that this brings me on a day-to-day basis, well, on a Saturday by Saturday basis, I should say. But man, just chopping it up with you.
Wish we could do this daily.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Just being able to chop it up anytime with you, man, is always a pleasure. And lead the people to victory, man. Let them know where they can find you. And before you the Shop Podcast, man, tonight you got some other things going on with another fellow gentleman himself known as Spooky Sprocket. Tell the people about that, man. What's going
on? That's right, sir. Yes. Look, another fantastic episode of Living Splitscreen. Whether you joined us live for 5 minutes or for all the entire 4 hours plus here, we appreciate you. If you're watching or listening to us in the future, we appreciate you. We really do. All love and respect goes to the chat, to the community out there that support all of these channels, not just Steel and I. But thank you for joining us every Saturday here on Living Splitscreen. It is a great start to my morning, leading into my afternoon. It does get me energized. And man, Steel, brother, as always, whole week, nothing but a couple DMs here and there, catching up a little bit, but nothing. But here we are, getting down to business every Saturday, and I get to have this time with you, man, and catch up on the week, catch up on all the gaming news. And we're joined by a beautiful, beautiful community that comes in here each and every week. So, hey, this was a great show, sir. Just love doing this. Again, light news week, but we came up with the topics. We still pull it out because we just like to talk about our favorite passion, which is video games. And that's the best place to be, is right here. So thank you for that, sir. And listen, reminder to everybody, been doing this for a couple weeks now. Assassin Lupa, keep her in your thoughts and prayers. She needs it. Again, whether you've had interactions with her or not, take it from myself, take it from Steel. We've gamed with her. We've been on podcasts with her, been in chats with her for a long time. She was one of the first people that welcomed me into this community when I started hanging out in chats before I ever did any podcasting. Lupa was one of the first. She's a family to us. She's a friend to us, and she needs all the help she can get right now. For anybody who doesn't know, Fun Speculation, shout out to Mav. He posted an update, finally got an update from her husband, John. She had they had gone in to do some things. It didn't go well. So now she's got a very high risk surgery on the 6th. And things right now are not looking the best. But just like with Spooky Sprocket, when he was going through his awful ordeal, we reached out into the community sent energy his way, and we got him back, and now he's back full time. For Lupa, she's just a bright light. She's a phenomenal human being, even outside of the gaming part of this whole conversation. So we want her back in this world because the world needs as many bright lights as possible. So please continue however you do it. Prayers, wishes, thoughts, it doesn't matter. Energy, just give it to her, take a moment, and continue to do so, because this coming up week is going to be, like I said, it's a high risk procedure that they're going to have to go do now. So please continue to do that. Love you all for that as well. Otherwise, you can find me Pong Soul, Xbox, Twitter. You guys all know that. Like Steel just said, I will be joining the aforementioned Spooky Sprocket as he has started a new podcast, The Backlog Bastards. That's right. He is from Australia. He's fantastic. But he started his own show. He's got some other great people on the panel, including Bushido. It's escaping my mind right now. But myself and Psychonauts, shout out to brother Psychonauts, are going to be joining them tonight to top it up, have some game talk, and that's going to start at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. So go over to Spooky Sprocket's channel. If you don't know where that is, you can hit him up on Twitter. He's got all the links there as well. But we are going to be over there right before the Shop podcast. So I'll end that show, and then the Shop podcast over on PTK Blam's channel. I'll be jumping in there where we've got Sensei Kills tonight joining us, PTK, Fuzzy, Belvedere, and myself, and we're going to end your Saturday night right. So the Shop podcast, PTK Blam's channel, right after the Backlog Bastards. That's the Shop starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. So be there. We are going to have a great conversation. Bring your questions, because PTK Blam opens up the last half of the show, usually like an hour or so, to questions from the chat. So if you got any questions you want to hear us talk about, bring them on in, and we will do so. Otherwise, I will be back on Xbox Factor next week. Yes, I actually will be there. And Boom just announced a couple new panel members, and of course, brother Eternal Umbra, who was in our chat, and Daniel, and I forget the rest of his Twitter, but handle, another great member. He does some development work too, so he's joining the panel. So we're gonna have, who knows who's going to be there, because Mav will show up. I'll show up when I'm available. Archimedes, VJ, N64, Josh, Steele's been there plenty of time. Who knows who's going to be there, but it's going to be a great show. So Tuesday, Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick's the man, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then Thursdays, PM in the PM. Yes, we missed this past week. That was my fault. Sorry about that. Real life, it is what it is. But we should be back this week on Thursday, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, over on Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there or be square. Otherwise, Friday night, back over there, Fun Speculations channel. Of course, for Xbox Ultimate, we had a great show last night. We were laughing. Never know, again, who's going to be on that show, but you're going to get great conversation there. So join us every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, people, it is the golden age of gaming. Get out there, enjoy all of this craziness that's happening. So many games right now. Play what you love what you play, and I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Have a great rest of your weekend. Happy 4th of July for everybody celebrating. Enjoy the extra day of rest as well. Have a great weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Get some gaming in. Stay safe out there. Love on one another. Take care of yourself. And see y'all next week. Episode 64 of Living Split Screen. Y'all stay easy. Much love. Peace.